Hello everyone, this is Spanish First, and you will be learning Spanish from these lectures, and you'll be so happy. Spanish First provides so many courses, and this course is one of them. We really hope you enjoy all of this. There are so many countries that speak Spanish you won't even believe. There are around 20 countries of the world that speak Spanish. Obviously, we all know Spain speaks Spanish the most in the world. Spanish is the national language of Spain. Apart from Spain, Latin America speaks Spanish. All of Latin America speaks Spanish except Brazil. That's why these days Spanish has become so important to learn. More than French, in many countries, Spanish is spoken. Spanish is slowly gaining popularity amongst all the people, and it is so important to be bilingual in this world because it makes you look so good in front of everyone. It makes your mind sharp, so it's always better to learn a foreign language. Then why not go ahead with Spanish? Spanish is also the easiest language of Europe. Its grammar is so sweet, it sounds so sweet when you speak with someone. So go ahead and learn this language. It is so popular. Apart from this language is also spoken in United States of America. After English, it is the second most spoken language. But you know what? You should also know that why Spanish is spoken so much in this world. Spanish is spoken because in Latin America, many Spaniards had come over many years ago after 1492 when the Americas were discovered by Christopher Columbus. That's when missionaries came over to Latin America and spread their language. Hola! You know, this is such a famous greeting. It means hi in Spanish. Now, in this course, you will learn so many things. You will learn lots and lots of vocabulary, and you will have so many exercises to do after each chapter. You will have tons of chapters to learn from A, B, C, D, greetings, how to conjugate verbs. You will learn how to speak about your house, how to describe a friend, how to describe your subjects, what subject you like, etc. You'll be also learning how to speak in different kinds of markets, such as fruits and vegetables, restaurants, airports, etc. And this course is so easy. I have made everything so easy for everyone that you will think that this is as easy as learning alphabets. And I'm so sure that you will really enjoy, and you will want to just go ahead with Spanish and take up a higher level of this language. Don't be afraid of this. Spanish is so easy, and it's always important and always necessary to learn a foreign language. So please go ahead. My advice is to you, go ahead and learn Spanish. We're now going to do the Spanish alphabets. El alfabeto, the alphabet. This is a very interesting course that you will be studying right now. As you can see, some letters have an asterisk beside them. Those letters are J, double L, double R, okay, and also the N that has a curly line. So there are 4 of them that are extra letters. In English language, we do not have these letters. Let's practice the pronunciation of all these letters. The pronunciation of each letter is written in the brackets, as you can see. Letter A in Spanish is pronounced A, B, B, C, C, CH, che. This is an extra letter in Spanish. D, D, E, E, F, F, G, K, H, H, I, E, J, Kota. Be very careful, we pronounce J as Kota. K, K, L, L. Then we have double L. It is pronounced as Elie if you're in Spain, or Eye if you're in Latin America. The double L is pronounced as Y in Latin America. In Spain, it is pronounced as Lia. So double L is Elie or Eye.
M, N, N. This N with the curly line on top is pronounced N. The N with the curly line is near. O, P, P, Q, Q, R, double R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, Again. A, B, C, Ch, D, E, F, K, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Now let's do this with a song. A, B, C, Ch, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. Once again. A, B, C, Ch, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. Next column. N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, Ch, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. This is a nice song that you can learn in order to practice the alphabets.
We're going to start with greetings and farewells right now, where we will learn different kinds of ways to greet somebody and see off somebody. The first greeting is hello, which is hola in Spanish. The first word begins with an H. It is silent in the Spanish language, so we say hola instead of hola. The second word is buenos días, which means good morning. This word, días, has an accent on the I. This means we have to stress on this I, so we say días instead of días. The first word has to be pronounced very nicely and with a round mouth, buenos, instead of saying buenos. So the whole word is pronounced as buenos días. The third word is buenas tardes, which means good afternoon or good evening. The T word in tardes is pronounced as the, and the word buenas will be again opened and with a round mouth. So we will say buenas tardes. D in Spanish is pronounced as the instead of de. Next word is buenas noches. This word has a CH in it. It will be pronounced as ch. Buenas noches, which means good night. Here are some more ways to greet somebody. The first question is, ¿Cómo te llamas? What is your name? As you can see, the third word has two L's. In this, two L's will be pronounced as lia or ya. If you're in Spain, you will pronounce as lia, and if you're in Latin America, you will pronounce it as ya. So the whole sentence is ¿Cómo te llamas? Which means what is your name? The way you answer this question will be me llamo, which means my name is. After that, you write your name. The second question is to ask an age of somebody. How do you ask an age somebody in Spanish? You say ¿Cuántos años tienes? It means how old are you? The little squiggly line on top of N makes that N sound as near instead of na. Hence, the sound of this word is años. The way you answer this question is Yo tengo 10 años. The Z has two pronunciations. One is th and other one is s. Th is the pronunciation that uses pain and s uses Latin America. Yo tengo 10 años. The G-O is pronounced as go. Number 3. ¿Cómo se llama tu padre? This means what is your father's name? The way you answer this question will be Mi padre se llama, which means my father's name is. Question 4. ¿Cómo se llama tu madre? What is your mom's name? You will also ask somebody, where do you live? This is asked as ¿Dónde vives? Because ¿dónde means where, vives means you live. ¿Dónde vives means where you live. We do not have a separate do in the Spanish language when we are asking a question. But since in ¿Dónde vives it is a question mark, in itself this means that we are adding a do. Yo vivo en Nueva Delhi. I live in New Delhi. Yo means I over here. Vivo means live or I live. En means in and Nueva Delhi means New Delhi. Number 6. ¿Dónde estudias? Where do you study? ¿Dónde means where once again and estudias means you study. So the whole question means where do you study? You can answer this as by saying Yo estudio, which means I study, and Bluebell School International. Estudias means you study and estudio means I study. So even if you don't write yo and just write estudio, it means I study. So it's not always necessary to write yo, which means I all the time. Number 7. When you want to ask in which class somebody studies, you say ¿En qué clase estudias? This means in which class do you study? En means in, que means which or what, clase means class, and estudias means you study. In which class do you study? You answer this by saying Yo estudio en la clase, and then you can write a number. For example, you can say I study in class 6. Therefore, you can say Yo estudio en la clase 6. S-E-I-S is the spelling of 6. Next question you may want to ask somebody is what do they do in life? So you say ¿A qué te dedicas? What do you do? QUE's pronunciation is que and not que. ¿A qué te dedicas? Then you answer this by saying Yo soy estudiante or simply soy estudiante, which means I am a student. Soy means I am, and estudiante means student. Therefore, I have not written yo with soy. I have simply written soy because soy in itself means I am. So I don't have to say yo all the time. Estudiante means a student. Or you can say I am working. So yo trabajo, I am working or I work. Trabajo means I work. So these are some 8 ways to ask somebody what is their name, how old they are, what are their parents' name, where they live, where they study, in which class do they study, and what do they do. You might want to learn these properly. Now here are some farewells, different kinds of farewells that you may want to learn. The first one is adios. Everyone knows this. It means goodbye. We will stress on this word because there is an accent on the O. Where there is an accent, we have to stress. So adios. Instead of saying adios, we say adios because there is an accent. The second word is hasta luego, which means see you later or bye. So when you're going away from a meeting or you're leaving a place, you will say to that person, hasta luego. The H again, it will be silent. And G-O sound is go and luego is the pronunciation. Many people have the tendency of pronouncing this word as luego, but you have to open your mouth nice and round. The third word is hasta mañana, which means see you tomorrow. Again, as you can see, the second word, on the first end, there is the squiggly line. And the squiggly line gives us the impression that we need to pronounce this letter as nia. So it's hasta mañana and not hasta manana. It means see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana means see you tomorrow. The fourth word is hasta pronto, which means see you soon. Again, the T's pronunciation is the. So we say hasta pronto and not hasta pronto. Hasta pronto, it means see you soon. Now here is a small exercise for all of you to do. In the first question, you have to answer these 4 questions about someone's name, age, and their parents. And question 2 has a column, has a table in which you have to match some questions with their answers. So we do the first question from the first exercise. It says, ¿Cómo te llamas? It means what is your name? And then you have to answer on the space provided below. You will say, Me llamo, and then you write your name. For example, Me llamo Tina, okay, which means my name is Tina. Okay, and exercise 2 where it says match the following. You just have to match the questions with the answers to the questions on the second column. So the first question, as you can see, is ¿Dónde estudias? Where you study. And the answer to this question will be Estudio en Bluebell School International. I study in Bluebell School International because this answer fits the best. Okay, all these questions are coming from the lecture I just taught you right now. If you don't remember something, you can very well go back. And we will discuss the answers. Here are the answers. Letter A. ¿Cómo te llamas? What is your name? The correct answer will be Me llamo, and then you write your name. For example, Me llamo Maria. This means my name is Maria. Letter B. ¿Cuántos años tienes? How old are you? Yo tengo dash años. In that dash, you will write an age. It can be 10, for example. So you will say, Yo tengo 10 años. I am 10 years old. 10 spelling in Spanish will be D-I-E-Z, which means 10 or 10. As you can remember, Z has 2 pronunciations, th and s. Letter C. ¿Cómo se llama tu madre? What is your mother's name? Mi madre se llama, my mother's name is, and then you write your mom's name in the blank provided below. Letter D. ¿Cómo se llama tu padre? What is your father's name? And then you write the answer by saying, Mi padre se llama, my father's name is, and then you write the name given in the space below. Question 2. Match the following. The first question is, ¿Dónde estudias? Its answer is letter A, given on the right-hand column, which is Estudio en Bluebell School International, which means I study in Bluebell School International. The second question is, ¿Dónde vives? Where do you live? Its answer will be letter B, the first answer on the right-hand column, which says Vivo en la India. It means I live in India. Vivo means I live, en means in, la India means India. Vivo en la India, I live in India. Letter C, ¿De dónde eres? This means from where are you? De means of or from, donde means where, and eres means you are. Okay, so naturally a person will say I am from India, or I am from New Delhi, or I am from any other place in the world. Okay, so the correct answer is the second option given on the right-hand column, which is letter C, Soy de Nueva Delhi. Soy means I am, de means of or from, and Nueva Delhi means New Delhi. So the whole sentence, Soy de Nueva Delhi, means I am from New Delhi. Question D. ¿A qué te dedicas? Basically, this question is asked when we want to ask somebody what do they do in life. Dedicas means you are dedicated to. So, ¿a qué te dedicas actually means what are you dedicated to? What do you do in life? So, the correct answer of this question would be soy estudiante, which means I am a student. So, let's do a little recapitulation over here. From the first column of the second question we will do. ¿Dónde estudias means where you study. ¿Dónde means where, estudias means you study. Alright, and as you know, we do not have a separate word for do. So, ¿dónde estudias, since it's written in question form, we say, where do you study? Okay. Now, estudias, as you know, it means you study, and you know that en means in. So, you can say, estudias en Nueva Delhi. Nueva Delhi means New Delhi. Estudias en Nueva Delhi will mean you study in New Delhi. Alright. Question B says, ¿Dónde vives? Again, ¿dónde means where, vives means you live. So again, vives means you live, en means in, so you can easily say vives en Nueva Delhi, which means you live in New Delhi. Letter C, again, de means of, donde means where, and eres means you are. So you can easily say something like eres Maria, which means you are Maria. As you can see, now we are able to make short sentences in this language. Letter D, ¿a qué te dedicas? Here you can only ask somebody what do they do in life. Okay, and we have also learned in this chapter how to say your name. To say your name, you have to say me llamo and then your name. You also know how to ask somebody name, which is ¿Cómo te llamas?, which means what is your name. You can also ask someone's mother's name, father's name, and you can also tell your own parents' name also. So just in case you have forgotten something, you can always go back to this lecture and revise. And you can come back to this exercise also and do well.
Now then, we're going to learn the articles topic and nouns along with it. This is a very, very important topic because you'll be not only learning the knowledge of articles and nouns, but at the same time, you will be learning and upgrading your vocabulary in the Spanish language. Now, there are two types of articles in the Spanish language. One is indefinite article and the other one is the definite article. Now then, indefinite article in English means a, whereas the definite article in English means the. Same goes for Spanish. However, the only difference is that in Spanish we have two types of a, un and una, and two types of the, el and la. Now then, un is used with a masculine noun, whereas una is used with a feminine noun. Same goes for the definite article. El is used for a masculine noun, and la is used with a feminine noun. Now, one thing you need to know, that in Spanish, nouns have genders, but in English we don't. For example, we have words such as table, chair, picture, switch, racket, wall, AC, and these do not have genders. However, in Spanish, these same words will have genders. That's why we say a male noun and a female noun. Now then, masculine nouns in Spanish have different endings. They end in O, OR, and EMA. Feminine nouns in Spanish end in A, DAD, CION, SION, TAD, UMBRE, and UD. When you see a word ending these endings, then you can find out whether this noun is masculine or this noun is feminine. For example, let's look at some words that will use un or el, means a or the. In other words, I'm telling you which nouns are masculine in Spanish.
Let's look at the very first word. Un perro. This means a dog. If you can recall, just a minute ago I had told you un means a in Spanish. I had also told you that un is used with a masculine noun. And along with it, if you remember, you had learned that all nouns are masculine that end in o. That's why we use un over here as the word perro is ending in o. Alright? Un perro means a dog. Now then, the second word, el perro, we have the same word, perro, but here I've used a definite article, el. El perro means the dog. Over here, again, we are using el because the word perro is ending in an o. Now then, un profesor. This means a teacher, but a male teacher. Now, why are we putting un? It doesn't have an o. This word is ending in an r. Over here, we use un because the word profesor is ending in an or. And just a while ago, I had told you all nouns in Spanish that end in or are masculine nouns. That's why over here, we're saying un profesor. Now then, the fourth word, el profesor. This means the male teacher. If you can remember, el means the. We use el over here because profesor is ending in or. El profesor means the male teacher. Now then, the fifth one, un problema. It means a problem. Now then, you must be saying, hey, hold on a minute. The word problema is ending in an a. So why are we saying un problema? It's not wrong. It's not correct. However, it is correct because if you remember in this lecture, I just told you that nouns that end in ema, I'll repeat, ema are masculine. If they end in only a, then they're feminine. If they end in ema together, then they are masculine nouns. So un problema means a problem because un means a. Over here, we're using un as a problema because it is ending in ema. So we say un problema. The next one, el problema, it means the problem. Now, you have just learned that there are different kinds of nouns in Spanish. Masculine nouns are ending in o, or, ema, whereas the nouns in Spanish that are feminine end in a, umbre, cion, etc., etc. However, there are also nouns in Spanish that despite ending in o will be feminine and despite ending in an a will be masculine. Now, what are these nouns? These nouns are called exceptions. Exceptions are words that do not follow the rule that was explained earlier. Masculine nouns in this are as follows. Un mapa, it means a map. Notice that this word is ending in an a, but still I'm taking it as a masculine noun because it's just a rule of the language. Un mapa means a map. Now this word un, this indefinite article is telling me that this is a masculine noun. If someone just probably sees the word mapa and they see it's an a, it's ending in an a, they will probably say una mapa, but that's not true. It is un mapa. So the article will always tell you whether a noun is masculine or feminine. In this case, the un mapa, this un is telling me that mapa is a masculine noun. Now then, the second word, un planeta means a planet. Again, it's ending in an a, but I'm taking it as a masculine, un planeta. Now, who invented it, who did it, is the Spanish language. We can't change it. El clima, it means the climate. It is ending in an a, but I'm still taking it as a masculine noun. El día, it means the day. Again, this is also ending in an a, but I'm still taking it as a masculine noun. The next one, el tranvía, the tram. Again, it's ending in a, but I'm taking it as el tranvía. Now then, these are just the very common ones. Now, the feminine nouns that have exceptions. Again, this means feminine nouns that end in a. But in this case, they are not ending in a. They're ending in o, but I'm yet looking at them as a feminine noun. Una radio means a radio. It is ending in an O, but I'm still saying it's feminine noun. Una radio. Next one, una foto, a photograph. Una moto, a motorbike. La mano, the hand. Notice that these are all the very common nouns and they are just exceptions. Do not be confused. Do not worry that, hey, the word photo is ending in an O, then why aren't we saying un foto? Why are we saying una foto? Well, again, I would like to repeat that these are exceptions and remembering them will make it perfect. Okay? You need to memorize each and every word. And then you will know, you will then understand which ones are exceptions and which are absolutely masculine and feminine nouns. Now then, let's look at some examples of feminine articles and how to form plurals. Let's look at some words that use una. Now then, una chica, la chica. In this case, una chica means a girl, la chica means the girl. All right? Now, I'm using una with this word because chica is ending in an A. And so I use una chica, la chica. Una ciudad, a city, la ciudad, the city. I'm using una with this word because ciudad is ending in DAD. And as I told you earlier, words that end in DAD are all feminine. Una estación means a season. It also means a station. La estación means the season, the station. This word is ending in CION, hence it is feminine noun. Una televisión, a television. La televisión, the television. SION ending, that's why it's a feminine noun. That's why I'm using the feminine articles. Una facultad, a department. La facultad, the department. It is ending in TAD, so that's why it's considered feminine. Alright? Una certidumbre, a certainty. La certidumbre, the certainty. This word is ending in UMBRE, hence this word is feminine. Una juventud, la juventud. A youth, the youth. Alright? This word is ending in TUD, hence it is considered as a feminine noun. Now over here, none of these endings are new. All these endings were explained to you a few minutes ago. Now then, now that we have learned which kinds of articles exist in the Spanish language, we are now going to learn how to form plurals of articles and nouns. Let's look at the first one, un. Its plural is unos. It means some. We're just adding OS. Let's look at una. Its plural is unas. It means some. Now, let's look at the definite articles en and la. If you remember, el means the. Its plural is los. It is very, very different. Los means the also. Las plural is las. Alright? And its meaning is the. Now, how to change a word into its plural form? If a word ends in a vowel, okay, vowel is A, E, I, O, U. If a vowel ends in these endings, we're just going to add an S. For example, the word perro, which means dog, in order to change it into plural, we're just adding S. So it becomes perros. If a word ends in a consonant, for example, consonants are letters that are not vowels. So if they end in a consonant, we simply add ES. For example, profesor, this word is ending in an R if you see very carefully. In order to change it into plural, we add ES. So it becomes profesores. Profesor is a male teacher, so profesores would be male teachers. I would also like to tell you, profesores can also be a group of male and female teachers together. If a word ends in Z, we omit the Z and add CES. For example, here the word pez is ending in a Z. Alright? It means fish. In order to change it into its plural form, we're going to omit the Z and write CES. So it becomes peces. I would just like to practice with you the sound of the letter Z. Now, the Z has two kinds of pronunciations. One is th and the other one is th. Okay? Now the pronunciation of th is told and is used a lot in Spain in Castilian Spanish, whereas the s sound of Z is used in Latin America, especially in Mexico. So a person from Spain would be saying the word pez as pez, and the person in Latin America from Mexico would be saying pez. Notice the difference between pez and pez. Pez has a slightly stronger sound, whereas pez is more soft, but both are correct. You're the boss, you can decide which pronunciation you would like to use. I generally like to use the pronunciation of Castilian Spanish. Now, let's look at other nouns. There are also nouns that end in ISTA and ANTE. This means that there are more endings in the Spanish language. Just now you had learned nouns that end in O, A, E, but now over here you're going to learn other endings, ISTA and ANTE. Now what happens with these kinds of nouns? When a word had these endings, they remain the same for female also. Okay? They are same for both masculine and feminine. Okay? Now then, for example, what do I mean when I say this? The word cantante, which means singer, will be cantante too in its feminine form. It will not change. Okay? Following are professions that end in ante and ista. El cantante means singer. La cantante also means singer. Okay? So what I'm trying to say is if it's a boy, I will say el cantante. If it's a girl, I will say la cantante. It's not changing. All right. Let's go to el futbolista, the footballer. La futbolista, the footballer. El tenista, the tennis player. La tenista, the tennis player. El electricista, electrician. La electricista, electrician. El dentista, dentist. La dentista, dentist. I would just like to make it clear that el dentista would be male dentist, la dentista would be female dentist. El periodista, journalist, la periodista, journalist. El taxista, taxi driver, la taxista, female taxi driver. El comerciante, the merchant, la comerciante, the female merchant. El dibujante, draftsman, la dibujante would be a female draftsperson. El recepcionista, the receptionist, la recepcionista, the receptionist, female one. Now then, I hope this is clear. I would just like to draw your attention to another pronunciation of the sound of T in Spanish language. The T sound is always the in Spanish and not the. That's why we say tenista and not tenista. Okay? Same goes for the word D, okay, the letter D, we don't pronounce it as D but the. That's why it's dentista and not dentista. I would also like to draw your attention to the letter C over here with comerciante. Okay, CI sound is always taken as C in Spain and C in Latin America. A person from Spain would say comerciante, and a person from Latin America would say comerciante. C and C. Okay, again, C is more strong, C is more soft. CO would be pronounced as co, CI as C or C. The J sound in dibujante is k. That's why I'm saying dibujante and not dibujante. We don't pronounce it as j but k. Dibujante. And that is because many Arabs had invaded Spain in the 8th century and they had left many of their cultural aspects in Spain. Let's look at the last word, recepcionista again. The sound of CI is C, as I had told you, or C. So a person from Spain would pronounce this word as recepcionista, and a person from Latin America would pronounce it as recepcionista.
Now then, there are other nouns in Spanish that do not end in these endings that I just told you. Means they do not end in A, it doesn't end in E, it will not end in any vowel, it will end in L, N, D, S, etc. Okay, let's look at these endings in this case of these nouns. Now, in this table, you will also learn uh, whether they are male or female. How will you know that? You will know by the articles. If they've written L, it is masculine. If it's al, that is, if it's la, that's written in it, it's feminine noun. All right. And you just have to memorize all these to understand whether they're masculine or feminine. Now then, let's begin. El sol means sun. La flor means flower. So el sol, it will tell you it is a masculine noun. La flor will tell you it is a female noun because la is written. El árbol, tree. El árbol, tree, because there's an accent on the A, so I will pronounce it as árbol. El cartel means poster. El papel means paper. El autobús means bus. So there's an accent on the U, so we're going to stress on the U. El autobús. El jardín, garden. It has a J, so I'm going to pronounce it as jardín. The next word, el garaje, garage. Okay, now this word has a J, so I'm going to say j. And G is pronounced as ga. El garaje, garage. La luz, light. This word has a Z, and if you remember, I told you Z is pronounced as th. So la luz, light. If you're in Latin America, you can say luz. El estrés, stress. El bosque, forest. El lápiz, pencil. Now the word bosque, it is ending in QUE. QUE is pronounced as que in Spanish and not que. That's why I'm saying el bosque. Now then, here are other nouns that you must know. La escuela means school. La universidad means university. Now, U in Spanish would always be pronounced as U and not U. So that's why we're not saying universidad. We say universidad. El colegio, the sound is a key of GI. That's why we say el colegio. La tienda, it means shop. El mercado means market. La peluquería means salon. QUE is pronounced as K, as I told you earlier. La librería, there's an accent on the I, so I'm going to stress on the I and will become ia. La librería means stationery. La biblioteca, library. La pescadería, fish shop. La casa, house. C is pronounced as ka. El chalet, bungalow. La granja, farm. J is pronounced as h. That's why I'm saying granja. El barrio, neighborhood. Double R in Spanish is pronounced as r. So that's why I say el barrio, neighborhood. El estudiante means the male student. La estudiante means the female student. El alumno means the male student. La alumna also means the female student. Let's do an exercise where you can do a small recap of everything I have taught you so far. Question 1 says, write the correct definite article, el and la, for the following nouns. So you can always go back, if you have just forgotten something, you can go back to the lesson, trying to understand it, and then you can do the answers, because I believe in looking at the notes and then doing an exercise. Okay? Question 2 says, write the plural form for the following nouns. Okay, I had explained to you how to form plurals of nouns that end in A, E, and other vowels, and how to form plurals for nouns that end in a consonant. And what happens if a noun is ending in Z, how do you form plural? Then everything was taught to you. But nonetheless, if you have just forgotten something, you can go back and write your answers down. Take about 5-10 minutes and then write the answers down. Just, I would like to repeat that do not be hesitant to go back to your notes. I'll just give you one example. Gato is a masculine noun because it's ending in an O, so it will be el gato. For question 2, jabón is ending in N, so in order to form plural, you will add ES, so it will become jabones. The rest you can do by yourself. Now let's look at the answers. For gato, it will be el gato, as I told you earlier. Cinema would be el cinema because it's ending in EMA.
Naranja is ending in an A, so I will say la naranja. Libro ending in an O, so el libro. La maleta ending in an A. Profesión ending in ION, so la. Nación ending in ION, so I put a la. Amistad ending in TAD, so I put la. La amistad means the friendship. Canción, CION, la canción. CIO ending for situación, la situación. El sistema ending in EMA, so I put el sistema. Tema ending in EMA, once again, it will be el tema. Niño ending in O, so it will be el niño. Now then, a plural answers to jabón, you add es. Jardín, and write es because it's ending in N. Papel, write es because it's ending in L, consonant. Diccionario, write S because it's ending in a vowel, O. Now let's go at rice. Rice, I write CES because rice is ending in a Z. When a noun ends in Z, you need to omit the Z and write CES in order to make its plural. Cartel would become carteles, ending in a consonant, so I write ES. Pared, ending in a consonant, again, you write ES. Chico, ending in a vowel, so I write S after the O, it becomes chicos, it meaning is boys. Calle means street. You form its plural by simply adding an S after E. Piso becomes pisos. Árbol becomes árboles because ending in L, I write an ES. Okay, this is a pretty easy assignment. I don't think and I don't hope that you will have problems with this exercise. It was always easy, and I always recommend that you go back to your notes to do this. And even when you are watching my videos, I would like you to take down notes. So, and that way you don't even have to go back, because when you're doing an exercise, you will have to look at your notes and then do the exercise. You will not have to go back. Okay. So this is a very good chapter on articles and nouns. I hope you have learned some new vocabulary and how to form plurals and how to write articles in Spanish language. I hope it's clear. And moreover, you will be learning new vocabulary in my other videos, and you'll be also learning to write sentences. And I hope you're finding everything easy. Okay? Well done. We will now learn how to say numbers and classroom objects. How to write numbers in words. We will first practice the pronunciation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Please look at the numbers once again from 1 to 20 and notice that I have pronounced the words S-C-E in se. You can also pronounce this as se. I have used the pronunciation of se. Let's look at the number 11. You can say once also or once also. It's up to you which pronunciation you want to use. Also notice that after the number 15, there is 16 to 19 numbers. For 16 to 19 numbers, we write 10 first and then we write another number. For example, let's look at 16. We've written 10 and then 6 because 16 is written there. Then for 17, we write 10 and 7 because 7 is written there and 7 in Spanish means 7. Also notice that CI pronunciation is also C or C. Number 20 is 20. We have written 20 as VI. Then 21 will be 21. We write 20. We write an I after the T. We do not write an E, but an I. And then we write uno attached to 20. 21, 21. For 22, we write 22. We write VEINTI and then attach the dos with it, because in 22 another 2 is written. For 23 we write 23. We write 20 and then attach tres, because tres means 3. 23, and we do the same thing for other numbers. For example, 24 is written as 24, 25, 25, 26, 26, 27, 27, 28, 28, 29, 29, 30 is 30. Now, what happens when numbers increase from 30? For example, 31. We first write 30 for 30 and then we write the letter Y, which means and has the pronunciation of E. Then we write uno because the number is 30 and 1. So 31 in Spanish is actually written as 30 and 1. But in English translation, it is 31. 32, 32, again we follow the same rule. 33, 33, and 34 will be 34, 35, 35, 36, 36, 37, 37, and etc. For 40, we write 40. 41, again we do the same rule. 41, 42, 42, 43, 43, etc. Now please try the counting from 50 to 100 by yourself. You will follow the same rule for the other numbers also. For example, since 50 is 50, 51 will be 51, 52, 52, and so forth. 60 is 60, 70, 70, 80, 80, 90, 90, 100, 100. You can use these numbers while telling your age also. And what is the expression when we say our age? Yo tengo dash años. In that dash, you write the number of your age. Here is a small exercise for all of you to do. Please write these numbers in Spanish in words. Then we will check the answers. Here are the answers. Number 70 is 70, 75, 75, 78, 78, 81, 81, 88, 88, 91, 91, 93, 93, 100, 100. Now here are some classroom objects that you need to learn. Let's practice the pronunciation. Un libro is a book. Since libro is ending in an O, we write un, because un is a masculine We cannot write una libro. If it was libra, then we would have written una libra. Un and una both mean a. Una regla. Since regla is ending in a, now we can say una with it. We cannot say uno regla. Regla means a ruler. Una computadora, a computer. Una pizarra, a board. Un lápiz, a pencil. You must be saying that the lápiz is not ending neither in an O nor an A. Then how do we know this word is masculine or not? Well, this is because we just have to memorize that this word lápiz is a masculine noun. Some words you have to memorize if they're not ending in O nor in A. You just have to memorize that this word is masculine or this word is feminine. So in this case, the word lápiz is masculine. Therefore, we write un lápiz with it. Let's look at more classroom objects. Let's practice the pronunciation. El pegamento, glue. La grapadora, stapler. El borrador, eraser or a duster. El pupitre, desk. El cuaderno, notebook. El bolígrafo, pen. La ventana, window. Los lápices de colores, colored pencils. La goma, eraser. El rotulador, sketch pen. El estuche, pencil case. El marcador, marker. La tiza, chalk. El basurero, or el cubo de basura, dustbin. La papelera, waste paper basket. Now, you can match the pictures with its equivalent word given on the right. This is a small exercise for you. For example, the first one is a notebook. So this will match with el cuaderno on the right. Please take 5 minutes and do this exercise, and then we will go over the answers. Here are the answers. Letter B matches with el marcador, which is called marker in English. Letter C will match with el estuche, which means a pencil case. Letter D matches with el basurero, which means dustbin. Letter E matches with la ventana, which means window. Letter F is a stapler. It matches with la grapadora. You can easily make some sentences out of these words, or rather words. Objects with classroom objects. Now, dos cuadernos means 2 notebooks. Dos pupitres, 2 desks. 4 borradores, 4 erasers. 7 sillas means 7 chairs. As you can see, we have just learned numbers. Now all we're doing is we're joining these numbers with the classroom objects. So you can easily make phrases, your own phrases also. Attach a number and attach objects also. Now we can make some nice sentences with numbers and classroom objects. We use the verb I because it's a very important verb when we make a sentence. First of all, I is spelled as H-A-Y, and it has 2 meanings. There is, there are. It helps us to create sentences in the language. Over here, we're going to write some sentences that use I, numbers, and classroom objects. Let's look at the first sentence. The first sentence is, hay un borrador. It means there is an eraser or there is a duster. Because I means there is, and un borrador means an eraser or a duster. Number 2. Hay un lápiz. There is a pencil. Number 3. Hay 4 cuadernos. There are 4 notebooks. Since we're talking about plural nouns, we are using I as there are. Number 4. Hay 5 libros. There are 5 books because libros means books and cinco means 5. Number 5. Hay 8 colores de lápices. There are 8 color pencils. Number 6. Hay 20 bolígrafos. There are 20 pens. You can make your own sentences with I, number, and a classroom object. Write about 10 sentences different from these sentences and translate them into English. Write your own sentences also. Now, I will give you an example of how you can create your own sentences. For example, here is a picture of a classroom. Describe all that you see in this picture. For example, hay un reloj en la clase. There is a clock in the class. Reloj means clock. Hay una pizarra. There is a board. You can also add color with this and say hay una pizarra blanca, which means there is a white colored board. Hay 4 pupitres. There are 4 desks. Hay una puerta. There is a door. Hay una mesa. There is a table. Use simple sentences like these to describe the classroom.
Now then, now we're doing the adjectives. This is another very, very fun topic to learn, and I promise you, you will really enjoy it. Now let's go forward. Now then, if you can recollect, in the previous lessons, we had learned masculine and feminine nouns. In adjectives, we have the same rule that apply to this. We have masculine and feminine nouns and adjectives. And masculine and feminine adjectives we will learn today. Unlike English, in Spanish we have masculine and feminine adjectives. For example, beautiful in English remains beautiful. Pretty, pretty. Blue, blue. But in Spanish, we have different words. We have masculine adjective and feminine adjective. Let's have a look. Now, you can see the word funny in Spanish is gracioso and graciosa. Can you make a guess which one is masculine and which one is feminine? That's right. The one that is masculine ends in an O, and the one that ends in an A is for female adjective. So, gracioso is a masculine adjective, graciosa is a feminine adjective. Alright, so I would like to say, note that gracioso means funny in Spanish for a boy. For a girl, we would say graciosa instead. It's just like nouns. You remember when we were learning nouns, we have nouns that end in O and that are masculine. When we have nouns are female, they end in A. Same rule applies for adjectives. Therefore, we can say masculine adjectives in Spanish end in O, while feminine end in A. Now, I would like you to do an exercise, a very, very simple exercise in which you will have to write masculine and feminine adjectives. Okay, this table has 3 columns. The first column has an English adjective, the second column has masculine adjectives, and the third column has feminine adjectives for Spanish. For example, let's look at the first one, thin. The first masculine adjective would be delgado. Because the feminine one is delgada, so all we're doing is we're omitting the A and writing an O instead in order to form a masculine adjective. Therefore, it will become delgado. Alright? Now, take about 5 minutes to do this exercise. If you don't remember something, go back to the video, watch it again, and see for yourself how masculine and feminine adjectives would be formed. I promise you, you will not make a mistake. Do this for 5 minutes, and then we will go to the answers. Let's look at the answers. Now, the first one would be delgado, as I told you earlier. That is because the feminine adjective is delgada. So what we will do is, in order to form the masculine one, we will take off the A and write the O instead. Delgado is thin for a boy. Delgada is a thin for a girl. Simpático is boy adjective for kind. Simpática is girl adjective for kind. Simpático again would be used for a boy. Simpática would be used for a girl. Next one, lazy. Vago, vaga. Okay, so the correct answer here is vago for a boy because the girl's adjective is vaga. So in order to form the answer, we will cut the A and write an O instead. That's why it becomes vago. Studious is estudioso, then estudiosa. All right, so the answer here is estudiosa. We are forming a feminine adjective. In order to form it, we will cut the O in estudioso, and that is the last O, and instead we will write A, estudiosa. Now then, fat in Spanish is gordo and gorda, all right? The answer here is gordo. We will take the word gorda, cut the A, and write an O instead. So therefore, the adjective for boy would be gordo, which means fat. Lazy in Spanish is perezoso, perezosa. The correct answer is perezosa over here. In order to form it, we cut the last O in perezoso, and instead we write A. So it will become perezosa. I hope you've got the answers right. If you have not, don't worry. Look at this exercise, look at the answers, and repeat the exercise. I'm sure the second time you will get the answers right. Also, I would like to repeat that you can always watch the video again and then do the exercise. More adjectives in Spanish now. Continue completing the table with adjectives. This is a new exercise that you would like to do, all right? Here, once again, I've given the adjectives in English, and then the second and third column consist of writing masculine adjectives and feminine adjectives. Again, if you have got the first exercise wrong, you go back to the lesson again, read it, write the notes, and then do this exercise. Okay, and I'm sure this time you will definitely get 100%. I'll just repeat to help you how to do this exercise. Let's look at the first word. It's tall. In Spanish, the word tall is alto, but it's for masculine. What will be the answer for Spanish feminine adjectives? You will take the word alto, cut the O, and write an A instead. It will be alta. Okay, because I've told you earlier that the adjectives ending in an A will be feminine. Now take about 5 minutes and do this exercise, and then we will go over the answers. Here are the answers. I hope you have the answers with you. The ones in black are the answers. Now, the first one I already done for you. It was alta. Tall in Spanish is alto and alta. Alto for a boy, alta for a girl. Short in Spanish is baja. Okay, the feminine word is baja, and the masculine would be bajo for a boy. So I'm taking the A of baja, cutting it, and it's the second A I'm talking about, and instead writing an O. All right? Now then, small means pequeño in Spanish. Okay? And the female version would be pequeña. I'm cutting the O and writing an A instead. And again, the QUE is pronounced as que. All right? So we say pequeño and pequeña. And notice that N with the curly line, it is pronounced as nia. We had learned this in the greetings first. Okay, so that's why it's pequeño and not pequeño. Pequeña and not pequeña. Let's look at the next word, boring. I had given you aburrida word. You had to write the boy version for this adjective. It is aburrido. Okay, for calm, the correct answer was tranquila. Cut the O of tranquilo and write A instead for forming feminine adjective. The QUI in Spanish is pronounced as ki. Like QUE is pronounced as que, QUI is pronounced as ki. Tranquilo, tranquila. Next word, moderno. Okay, Moderno is the correct answer for male adjective for modern, whereas the girl one is moderna. So for moderna, we're cutting the A and writing an O instead. Now we look at the next word. It's ancient, all right? Antiguo, okay, that is for the boy, masculine adjective. Antiguo. Guo is pronounced as guo. Antiguo. Antiguo, okay? And for forming the female adjective, we're going to omit the O and write an A instead. So it becomes antigua. All right. Now, good. Good in Spanish is buena, and that's for the female version. Its correct answer was bueno. So what am I doing? I'm cutting the A and writing the O instead. So it becomes bueno, buena. Bu in Spanish is pronounced as bu. And then if we add an E, it becomes bue. Bue, bueno, buena. Many people have the tendency of pronouncing B-U-E as bui. Bui, okay, but it's not bui, it is bueno. And then buena. Now, naughty in Spanish is travieso. Travieso, okay? We cut the O of the travieso in the end and write an A in order to form traviesa. All right. Now, I really hope that you have got the answers right. And if you have not, don't worry. Copy this exercise in your notebook without the answers and then come back to it about 5-10 minutes later or half an hour later and attempt it again. I would like to repeat that you can always listen to this lesson once again and then do the answers. If you have not watched the video of nouns, I think it would be a good idea to watch it because this way you will understand this topic of adjectives more because nouns and adjectives are kind of related. Now then, adjectives ending in an E will end in an E, okay? So I would like to say that earlier I just taught you that there are different kinds of adjectives in Spanish. We have adjectives ending in an O, we have adjectives ending in an A. We also have adjectives in addition to these endings, adjectives that end in E. They are feminine also, okay? They will be masculine and feminine both. For example, we look at the adjective triste. Triste means sad. Okay, it's the feminine form will also be triste. Okay, because as the rule says, if an adjective ends in E, it will be the same for both masculine and feminine. It will not change into trista, for example, if you're saying it to a girl. Following are some examples of adjectives that end in an E, okay? Now then, let's look at this table. And they will be true for both masculine and feminine. The first adjective is inteligente. It means intelligent. I would like to say that GE is pronounced as he and not J in Spanish. So that's why I'm saying inteligente and not intelligente. Many people have the tendency of pronouncing this word as intelligente, but it is inteligente. Next word we have is alegre, cheerful. Alegre. G in this case, G-R-E is gre pronunciation. That's why we're saying alegre. Interesante means interesting. Interesante. Excelente is excellent. Excelente. If you're in Latin America, you can say excelente. If you're in Spain, you will say excelente. Next word is picante. It means spicy. Picante. The CA is pronounced as ca, picante. The next word is suculente. It means succulent. CU is pronounced as cu in Spanish. So we say suculente, which means succulent. Next word. Can you guess it? Yes, you're right. It's reluciente or reluciente because the pronunciation is of CI. So you will pronounce it as C and not ki. Okay, reluciente or reluciente are both correct pronunciations, and this means shiny. Then we have brillante, brillante, which means brilliant. You can also say this word as brillante. Now, I would like to say if you're in Spain, you pronounce double L as lia. Okay, lia. If you're in Latin America, you will pronounce the two L's as ya. Both pronunciations are right. You can judge, you can tell to yourself which one you want to use. I generally like to use the Spain's accent, so I will pronounce the two L's as lia. So I will say brillante. A person from Latin America can say brillante. Next one. Grande means big. Cobarde means coward. Responsable means responsible. So these are a few common adjectives that end in E. Please learn them very nicely. Now then, in Spanish, you should know that there are adjectives that also end in consonants. This means that they do not end in vowels, meaning they do not end in A, E, I, O, or U. Okay, they simply end in consonants such as L, Z, P, etc. Now, if you had seen my earlier video of nouns, over there I had also taught you that there are adjectives that are, nouns that end in O or A, and then there are nouns that end in consonants. For example, profesor, this noun ends in R, it means teacher. We also have lápiz that ends in Z, and it means pencil. All right. Now, same story goes for the adjectives. There are some adjectives that do not end in vowels. This means that they do not end in A, E, I, O, U. They will end in a consonant. Okay. Following are some common adjectives that are ending in consonants. Let's look at this table. Adjetivos, adjectives. The first adjective over here that ends in a consonant is servicial. Okay, this means helpful. Let's look at its pronunciation. It is servicial or servicial. Okay, if you're in Spain, you would say servicial with a little stronger th sound. And if you're in Latin America, you will pronounce ci as s, so servicial. The next word we have here is tenaz. Okay, its ending is in a consonant of Z. Tenaz means tenacious or stubborn. The pronunciation of this word is tenaz if you're in Spain and tenaz if you're in Latin America. Z has a sound of th or so. The other word is leal. It means loyal. Okay, the word leal, some people pronounce is leal because they're doing the English pronunciation, but it is not leal, it is leal, okay, because the E is pronounced as A and A is pronounced as A, hence the pronunciation of this word will be leal. All right. Next word is fiel. It means faithful. The next word is juguetón. It means playful. All right. Now, as you can see, this word has G-U-E in it. It will be pronounced as gay because G-U-E is pronounced as gay. So, and J is pronounced as her. So it will be pronounced as juguetón, playful. Also, please notice that there is an accent on the O. So you're going to stress on this O. So it will be juguetón, juguetón, which means playful. I hope you have understood this lesson quite well. There are a few things I would like to revise with you in this lesson. First, you should remember that in Spanish, we have two types of adjectives. We have masculine adjectives and we have feminine adjectives. Masculine adjectives end in O, feminine adjectives end in A. Then we have other adjectives. They end in consonants. Okay, the ones that end in consonants, such as these, do not have any female form. They will be same for male also and female also. All right. I hope you have understood it. Just in case you have not understood something, don't worry. Just go back to the lesson and start again. The second time you hear it, I'm 100% sure you will understand it. All right? Now then, We're going to learn a new verb today, verb ser, called verbo ser in Spanish language. This is a very important verb because by studying this verb, you will be able to finally say some sentences, and you can proudly go to your friends and say how much you have learned in this language class. So let's go forward. The subject pronouns. Now, this is the first topic we're going to learn before moving on to the verb ser. Now let's look at what subject pronouns really are. In English, they are I, you, he, she, you, we all, you all, they, and you all. Okay? Now in Spanish, let's see what they are. They are yo, which means I. But before we move forward, let's look at the pronunciation. Yo is pronounced as yo in Spain, but yo in Latin America. You're the boss, you can decide which one you would like to use. Okay? I generally like to use yo, Spain's pronunciation. The next subject pronoun is tú, which is you in formal. The next one is él, ella, usted. Okay? Él means he, ella means she, usted means you. Alright? Now then, before we move forward, I would like to say, you must be thinking that how come there in Spanish are two types of you? One is tú, one is usted. Why is that so? I'll give you a reason. Tú is an informal you and it is used with youngsters or friends. For example, a teacher might say tú for her students. She might address with tú for her students because they're younger to her. Usted, in another case, is used for giving respect to a person. Okay? So you can use it with your parents, okay, for your elderly people. However, tú is used more in Spain, but usted is used more in Latin America. They don't use tú a lot in Latin America, whereas in Spain they don't use usted a lot. Okay? Nosotros means we all, okay, as I had told you. Vosotros means you all, but informal. Now, you must be thinking, what is you all? Because generally, sometimes people don't really understand what is you all. You all is, for example, let's say a teacher is in a classroom and she's addressing to her students. She will say you all, okay? Because she's talking to many people. The next one is ellos. It means they masculine. But you must be thinking, why is that so? Why do they have two types of they in Spanish? I'll just explain you in a minute. Ellos is they, but only for a group that consists of boys only. Okay? However, ellas is they, but it consists of group that only consists of girls. That's why we say ellas. Okay? For example, we look at ellos. A teacher is speaking to the principal and she says they. She will say ellos to them because she's only talking to boys. She's only talking about boys. So she will say ellos. I would like to say one thing. I would like to point out over here that ellos can also consist of both boys and girls in a group. Okay? Ellas, whereas, is only used for girls in a group. Next comes ustedes. It means you all. Alright? Now, vosotros and ustedes both mean you all. What is the difference? Vosotros is informal you all. Ustedes is a formal you all. Okay? Vosotros is used more in Spain and ustedes is used more in Latin America. Let's look at the conjugation of ser. The first column consists of the subject pronouns we just learned. If you have not understood, doesn't matter, just go back and revise them. The second column consists of conjugation of ser. The third one is the translation of conjugation of ser. This is very easy and you'll finally be able to write some sentences using this verb. Let's look at the first one. Yo soy means I am. Yo means I, that's why yo soy means I am. Tú eres, you are, but informal. Él es, he is. Ella es, she is. Usted es, you are, but formal. You must be thinking, wait a minute, Eres also means are, es also means are. So can't I say el eres instead of ls? Well, the answer is no, because eres will only fit with tú, and es will only be fit with el, ella, and usted. Okay? Now, I just want to say one thing, the pronunciation of ella. The pronunciation of ella is Elia or ella also. Spain like to pronounce their two L's as lia, whereas Latin America like to pronounce them as ya. You're the boss, you can decide which pronunciation you would like to use. Let's look at L. L has an accent on the E over here. If you don't write an accent on the E, it will mean the, because if you remember from the previous lessons, I had taught you a definite article called L. It does not have an accent and it means the. This L has an accent, and this accent differentiates this word from the other L that is a definite article. This L with the accent means he. LS means she is, LES means she is, and usted es means you are. Nosotros somos means we all are. Vosotros sois means you all are. Ellos son means they are, but for masculine. Ellas son means they are, but for feminine. And then finally, ustedes son mean you all are. Now that we have learned this conjugation, we can create some sentences. Number 1, yo soy simpático, or we can say yo soy simpática. Both mean I am kind. If you're a boy, you will say yo soy simpático. If you're a girl, you will say yo soy simpática, because this is because I had told you earlier that in earlier lessons that whenever an adjective ends in an O, it is used for a masculine adjective, and if it ends in an A, it is used for a girl. I will say yo soy simpática because I'm a girl. Number 2, tú eres delgado or tú eres delgada. Both mean you are thin. If you're speaking to a boy, you will say tú eres delgado. If you're speaking to a girl, you will write delgada. Number 3, él es vago. This means he is lazy. You're talking about a boy, so naturally you will write the adjective with an O. Number 4, ella es aburrida. She is boring. Naturally, you're talking about a girl, so the adjective will end in A. Okay, so this means she is boring. You cannot say ella es aburrido. It will be grammatically wrong and it's a big mistake. Okay, all these adjectives are not new. I have taught these adjectives in my earlier lessons. Let's look at some more examples of sentences. Number 5, usted es servicial. It means you are helpful. Now here you could be talking to a boy also, you could be talking to a girl also, because usted means you. This adjective servicial will not change into serviciala for a girl or servicialo, because this adjective is ending in a consonant. As I told you earlier, if an adjective is ending in a consonant, it will not change into O or A. It will remain the same for both boys and girls. Next one, number 6. Nosotros somos estudiantes. We are students. Okay? Number 7. Vosotros sois altos or vosotros sois altas. Now, in English, we don't say you all are talls, you all are thins, you all are fats, etc., etc. But in Spanish, we do. If we're talking about a plural subject pronoun, the adjective will also change into plural. Okay, when we're talking to a girl, we change the adjective into female. Same goes for number of people. If there are many people, you change the adjective. So that's why I've written vosotros sois altos and vosotras sois altas. So if we're talking to a group of boys, you will say vosotros sois altos. If we're talking about boys and girls group both together, you will say altos. And if you're just talking to girls, you will say vosotros sois altas. It means you all are tall. Next one, number 8. Ellos son graciosos. They are funny. Okay, again, we're changing the word gracioso into graciosos because it's male plural subject pronoun of ellos. Number 9. Ellas son graciosas. They are funny. Okay. Again, Elias is a plural feminine subject pronoun, so the adjective will also change into plural feminine. Okay, so that's why we say ellas son graciosas. Number 10, ustedes son bajos. You all are short, or ustedes son bajas also means you all are short. The J sound is H over here. Okay, so if you're talking to a group of boys, you will say ustedes son bajos. If you're talking to a group of girls, you will say ustedes son bajas. Let's look at the usage of ser over here. Ser is used to tell about a person's nationality, origin, time, shape of something, profession, relationship, physical description of a person, and the nature of a person. Let's look at some examples. Ella es española. She is Spanish. This is a nationality, so we write ser conjugation. Ella es. Number 2, tú eres de Francia. You are from France. We're talking from where a person has originated, so we use ser's conjugation. Number 3, son las dos. It is 2 o'clock. Okay, 2 is more than 1, so we use the plural conjugation. We use the conjugation of de when we're saying the time. Number 4, son las cuatro. It is 4 o'clock. Number 5, son las 4:30. It is 4:30. Media over here is known as half. Number 6, son las 3:15. It is 3:15. Number 7, son las 5:35. It is 5:35. All the numbers have taught to you earlier, so you just use those notes over here. Number 8, la pizarra es rectangular. The board is rectangular. Its shape, so we use the verb ser, okay? Now you must be thinking, how are we using es conjugation with la pizarra? That is because la pizarra is a female noun, so it is she. So we take the conjugation of she for ser, and that is ella es, so we say la pizarra es. Number 9, nosotros somos profesores. We are teachers, or we are professors. Number 10, vosotros sois simpáticos. It means you all are kind. Number 11, él es alto. He is tall. Number 12, él es mi hermano. He is my brother. This is a relationship, so we're using the verb ser. Okay, this is very, very easy. You must be very happy because in the same topic, I have taught you time also, so you can also say time in Spanish. Okay, if you really want to understand it more, I think it will be a good idea if you take a piece of paper and write your own sentences using adjectives, nouns, and ser conjugation. Let's look at some exercise now. In this exercise, you have to fill in the blanks with the correct form of ser and then translate each sentence into English. Then you also tell the reason for why you're using the ser conjugation in brackets, just like we had done in the example before. I will do the first one for you, letter A. The first answer is soy. Yo soy profesora. It means I am a teacher. Its reason is profession. We're talking of what I am. It's a teacher, so I will write profession. Okay, just in case if you've forgotten, don't worry. Just go back to the lesson and revise it. We will check the answers. Now, here are the answers. Number 1, yo soy profesora. Okay, the ones in red are the answer. The ones in green are reasons for why we're using the ser conjugation. Yo soy profesora means I am a teacher. Tú eres profesor de español is you are a teacher of Spanish. It's profession. So the correct answer over here is eres. This is the reason is because the ser's conjugation for tú is eres. Letter C, nosotros somos alumnos de español. We are students of Spanish. Again, it's a profession. You're a student, but still a profession, okay? So, ser's conjugation for nosotros is somos, so we write somos over here. Letter D, María y yo somos simpáticos. Okay, Maria and I are kind. This is a nature of someone, okay, kindness. Maria y yo will be nosotros. It is we because I'm saying Maria and myself. Okay? So that's where we're using somos. Letter E. La profesora Rodriguez es servicial. Miss Rodriguez is helpful. So we say ser conjugation over here again. La profesora Rodriguez is a she, so we use ella es. That's why we've written es. Helpful is a nature of someone, so we write ser's conjugation. Letter F. Juan y Jose son profesores. Juan and Jose are teachers. This is a profession, so we use ser's conjugation. Now, Juan y Jose are many people. It's they. That's why we use son. We use the ellos conjugation in this one. Letter G. Ellos son de Japón. Japón means Japan. They are from Japan. This is an origin of someone. Okay, so we use ser's conjugation because the rule suggests that with origin also we use ser. Letter H. Yo soy de Nueva Delhi. I am from New Delhi. This is an origin of someone, so we use ser. Letter I. El caballo es grande. The horse is big. This is a description, a physical description of an animal, so we will use ser. Now, why are we using es? Because el caballo is he, okay, it's a noun, it's a he, it's ending in an O, so it's a he. So we say él es, he is. Letter J, el pez es pequeño. The fish is small. Physical description of a fish, so that's why we use ser. The reason we're writing s over here, because el pez is masculine, it is el, so we use el s over here. Okay, I hope you've understood it. I think it should be quite easy. Just in case if you have not understood, do repeat the exercise. Now then, conjunciones importantes, important conjunctions. All right. Now this is very, very important. This will help you create sentences in a smooth way. Let's look at them. E means and. Con means with. De means of or from. En means in. Para means for. Me means my. Tu means your. I would like to just call your attention to this word tu. If tu is having an accent on the u, it means you. If it does not have an accent, it means your. Su means his, her, your, formal. So tu is your but informal one. Su also means your but it's a formal one. A means to. Muy means very. Now on the right hand side you can see some sentences have been written and they are quite easy to understand. Let's look at them. And they also use conjunctions with these sentences. Antonia y yo mean Antonia and I. Yo hablo con mi amiga. I speak with my friend. Yo hablo means I speak. You will learn this hablo verb later on in the lessons. Okay. Con means with. Mi means my, as you can see from this lesson. And amigo or amiga mean friend. Amigo means male friend because it's ending in an O. Amiga means female friend because it is ending in an A. Number 3. Ella es de la India. She is from India. They also means of, by the way. And with India, we will say la India. We don't say with all the countries these articles, but with India, we use la India. Number 4. Yo estoy en la biblioteca. I am in the library. Okay, en means in. You will use this estoy verb. You will learn this estoy verb later in other videos. Number 5. El lápiz es para ti. The pencil is for you. Para means for. Number 6. Mi amiga es Ana. My friend is Ana. Mi means my. Number 7. Tú eres Antonia. You are Antonia. All right. Number 8. Su amigo es Mario. His friend is Mario. This can also mean your friend is Mario or her friend is Mario because su means all of these three. Okay. But when you're speaking to the person live, then you will understand who this su is referring to. Number 10. Number 9. Yo voy a la escuela. I go to the school. Yo voy means I go. A means to. And la escuela means the school. Number 10. El estudiante es muy inteligente. The student is very intelligent. All right. You can also say la estudiante over here, okay? Muy means very. So these are some important conjunctions. I'm pretty sure you have learned quite a lot of sentences now. You have learned sentences with I, which means there is and there are. You can create sentences with classroom objects. You can create sentences with the verb said, adjectives, nouns. Now you have learned conjunctions also. So you have learned quite a bit and you must be very, very happy. Now, over here, I have another very nice exercise for you where you can revise the verb ser and nouns also, and obviously adjectives also. Let's look at this exercise. It looks a little difficult, but it is really not. It's very easy. Let's look at it. It says choose the correct noun. Let's look at the first one. What do you have to do over here? It says el dash, and then you have a selection of two nouns to choose from. One is profesor, the other one is profesora, and then it says es inteligente. All right? Now, you have to tell me which noun fits the best in this blank. Will it be el profesor or el profesora? Obviously, the correct answer is el profesor. You will write profesor, you will choose profesor. El profesor es inteligente. The answer is, the meaning is, the teacher is intelligent. The male teacher is intelligent. All right? Now, why is the answer profesor? That is because the definite article over here is el. It is not la. And profesor is the only masculine noun that appears because it's ending in or. So we say, el profesor es inteligente. We cannot say, el profesora es inteligente, because profesora is ending in an A. And we had learned earlier that all nouns that end in A are feminine, and hence they will carry la with them. But here it's el, so it will be el profesor es inteligente. Please take about 5-10 minutes to do this exercise. And then we will go over the answers. Just in case you do not know how to do it, don't worry. Go back to the ser lesson, go back to the nouns lesson, and you will definitely understand it. Here are the answers. The first one I had already done for you. It was el profesor es inteligente. All right? All the answers are written in red. Number 2. The correct answer over here is árbol. El árbol es verde. Let's look at all the options that were given to you. One was televisión, the other one was árboles. Árboles means trees. So we obviously can't say el televisión because you know televisión is a female noun because it is ending in sion. We say la televisión. Same goes for árboles. Árboles is actually a masculine plural noun. It's plural. So we can't say el árboles, we should have said los árboles. So obviously the correct answer in this one is el árbol es verde. The tree is green. Number 3. La flor. The correct answer is flor. You must be thinking, wait a minute, this flor word doesn't have an O, it doesn't have an A, but it doesn't matter because I told you that in Spanish we have nouns that end in consonants also. All right? So this word, flor, is a female noun, even though it's ending in a consonant. How do you know? You just need to memorize it. It's not floro. Floro word does not exist in Spanish. Okay? I just gave this to you to make you understand how the language works, to test your understanding. The third one is flores. Obviously, we cannot say la flores because flores is a plural noun, so we will only say las flores and not la flores. La flor es bonita. The flower is beautiful. Number 4, El perro es simpático. The dog is kind. I cannot say el perros. I will say los perros. So the only option you're left with is el perro. Now, next one. Los gatos son bonitos. The cats are beautiful. I cannot say los gatas. I will say las gatas. And I can't say los gato. I will say el gato. So the only option you're left with is of gatos. Number 6. El sol es reluciente. I can't say luz because our earlier lessons of nouns had taught us that luz is a feminine noun. So I will only say la luz and el sol. So the correct answer over here is el sol. El sol es reluciente means the sun is shiny. Number 7. El tema es interesante. Tema is a masculine noun because it is ending in ema. La ciudad es grande. The city is big. We always say el cartel, the poster, or el mapa. So the correct answer over here is la ciudad because ciudad is ending in dad. Number 9. Las gomas son pequeñas. The erasers are small. Okay, I can't say ciudad because it is a singular noun, so I can't say la ciudad. I can only say las ciudades. Same goes for árboles. Árbol is a masculine noun, so I can only say los árboles. So the only option I'm left with is las gomas son pequeñas. So gomas is the correct answer. Un calle limpio is wrong because calle is a feminine noun, so it will be una calle. So the correct answer is un piso limpio, a clean apartment. Okay, so this was a very good exercise to help you revise your articles, nouns, said verb, adjectives. And I think more than that, you should be happy that you're writing and speaking the language. Okay? So this was the whole aim. I would like to repeat that just in case you did not understand something, don't worry. Just go back once again to one of the lessons you didn't understand. And second time you learn it, you will definitely understand this lesson. Now we're going to look at a very, very interesting topic. It is profesiones, which means professions. It has a lot of pictures in it, so I'm sure you will enjoy it a lot. Now then, this is a list of some important professions that exist in the Spanish language. Let's have a look at them. First, I want to tell you that profesiones is professions in Spanish. Now, the first one, el astronauta, la astronauta. Okay, it means astronaut. El astronauta would be masculine because it's starting with el, and la astronauta is astronaut for a female. El doctor, male doctor. La doctora, female doctor. I would like to repeat that when a word ends in or in Spanish, it is masculine. That's why we're saying el doctor. If you want to change it into feminine, just simply add an a. La doctora, which means doctor. The next one, el ingeniero, engineer. La ingeniera, engineer. Okay, it is ending in an O for masculine, ingeniero. So if we want to change it to a girl, we will omit O and write an A. Next one, el cirujano, surgeon. La cirujana, surgeon. J is pronounced as K, hence we say cirujano. El profesor, the male teacher. La profesora, the female teacher. El profesor, male professor. La profesora, female professor. The next one, la ama de casa, housewife. El camarero, waiter. La camarera, waitress. Just notice that even in this one, camarero, I've just omitted the O and added an A to make it a female profession. Next one, el carpintero means carpenter. La carpintera, female carpenter. El director is a principal. La directora means director or principal also. El gerente, means manager. La gerente means female manager. GE, I would like to repeat, is pronounced as he. El abogado means lawyer. La abogada means female lawyer. El cocinero, cook. La cocinera, female cook. Again, I would like to say the CI pronunciation in this word will be pronounced as C or C. El actor, actor. La actriz, actress. El electricista, electrician. La electricista means female electrician. I hope this is clear to you. You can, in your meantime, practice the pronunciation of these words. Next one. Sentencias con profesiones. Sentences with profession. It's very simple. Number 1. Ella es doctora. She is a doctor. So all I'm doing is I'm writing the ella, it is she, es, the ser conjugation, which is, and doctora, doctor. I will not write doctor because that would be for the male doctor. So ella es doctora, female doctor. She is a doctor. Number 2, Mario es cirujano. Mario is a surgeon. I've not written cirujano over here because it is a male person. And I'm writing S with Mario because Mario is L, it's a he, so I will write Mario S. S is coming from straight the ser's conjugation. You can go back to it and learn it. Number 3, La Señora Rodriguez is profesora. Miss Rodriguez is a teacher. The reason I've put S over here is because Señora Rodriguez is a she and it's Elia, so the correct conjugation for Elia for ser would be S. Number 4, Marco y Alberto son abogados. Marco and Alberto are lawyers. It's they, so we use ellos and you will use son with it. Number 5, Luis es camarero. Luis is a waiter. All right. Luis is one person, it's a boy, so it's a he, él. Okay, so I will write S. Él es camarero. He is a waiter. I cannot write camarera because it's a boy. Notice that here we are not writing the indefinite article with professions, meaning I have not written Elia es una doctora. I have not written Mario es un cirujano. Okay, because it's considered wrong. We just cannot write an article with professions. However, if we're describing a profession with an adjective, then we can add a article. For example, Isabel es una profesora simpática. This means Isabel is a kind teacher. Over here, I'm writing una because I'm saying what kind of teacher she is. She's a kind teacher. Hence, I have written una. Now then, here is an exercise for all of you to do. Very easy exercise. What you need to do is you have to describe each of these pictures. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pictures with a sentence. You need to, in your sentence, use a subject pronoun of I, you, he, etc. Use the verb ser and then write the correct profession. For example, letter A. This is showing a man who's carrying wood with him or a knife. So he's a carpenter. Carpintero, carpintera is carpenter in Spanish. And this is a boy, it's a man. So it's a he. So I'm going to say él es carpintero. He is a carpenter. Okay? So this is all you need to do. It's very easy. Just make sure you have 3 things in your sentences. Subject pronoun, verb ser, and the correct profession. Please go back to some lesson if you have not understood how to do it, and then we will discuss the answers. Now then, here are the answers. Letter A. Él es carpintero. He is a carpenter. Letter B is holding a bulb and a plug. So obviously he's an electrician and it's a boy. Hence we will say he is electrician. Él es electricista. I had told you earlier that adjectives or nouns that end in ISTA will remain the same in female, male also. That's why it's electricista. It's not electricisto because first of all, this ending does not exist of isto. It will only be ista. So a female, if it was a female electrician, we would have also said ella es electricista. Letter C, they're engineers. So we say ellos son ingenieros. Look very carefully at the picture. It consists of men and women as engineers. That's why we will say ellos. If there were only boys, we would have also said ellos, and had there been girls only, then we would have said ellas. So it is ellos son ingenieros. They are engineers. GE is pronounced as he. That's why it's ingenieros. Letter D, she's a manager. So we say ella es gerente. Ella es gerente. If it was a boy, we would have said él es gerente. Letter E. It's an astronaut. Él es astronauta. Él es astronauta. Astronauta will be for both male and female. Letter F. Ellos son actores. They are actors. They're both boys and girls as actors, so that's why we will use the male form of actores. We will not use actrices. Had there been actresses only, then we would have said ellas son actrices. But in this case, we only have boys and girls both, so we will use the male function. We will say ellos son actores. All right. I hope you enjoyed this lesson. I think it was fun to learn. It was easy with lots of pictures. Just go back to the list, memorize the list of professions, and then you will be even more fast in doing this exercise. Another very, very interesting topic that we're going to learn is this. Miembros de la familia, animales, verbo tener. This means that today we're going to learn family members, animals, and verb tener. So be very, very happy because now you're not only going to be learning new vocabulary, but also a new verb, tener. And you'll be learning how to create new and more sentences, okay? So after verb I and ser, you will learn the third verb, tener. Now then, in this table, please have a look at miembros de la familia. This means family members. Miembros means members. Familia means family in Spanish. Let's have a look. Practice the pronunciation along with me, all right? Here we go. Padre means father. Padre means father. Madre means mother. Hermano, brother. Hermana, sister. Notice that H is pronounced as a in Spanish. Primo is cousin brother. Prima is cousin sister. Tío means uncle. Tía means aunt. Okay? And put an accent on the I and you have to stress on it. So tío, tía. Sobrino means nephew. Sobrina means niece. Yerno means son-in-law. Yerna means daughter-in-law. Suegro, father-in-law. Suegra, mother-in-law. Cuñado means brother-in-law. Cuñada means sister-in-law. Notice that the N with the curly line is pronounced as nia, as I have also told you in previous classes. Cuñado means brother-in-law. Cuñada means sister-in-law. Also notice that SUE in suegro and suegra is pronounced sue. Here are more family members. Abuelo means grandfather. Abuela means grandmother. Okay? BUE in Spanish is pronounced as bue, as I told you when I was teaching you the greetings. Buenos dias, you remember that word? Buenos dias? It has also BUE and we pronounce buenos. Same goes for abuelo. Okay, most people would have the tendency of pronouncing this word as abuelo. But it's abuelo. We pronounce it nice and open mouth. Abuelo, abuela. Okay. The next word, marido, means husband. Esposo also means husband. So there are two words to say husband in the Spanish language. The next word is mujer and esposa. It means wife. Please remember that J in Spanish is pronounced as H. That's why we're saying mujer. Mujer. It has a nice K sound in it. All right. And now let's do a small exercise over here. All you need to do is match the following, all these words. The left-hand words are in Spanish. The right-hand word is in English. I'll do the first one for you. Abuelo means grandfather, so I will draw a line from abuelo to grandfather. I would also like to make orally some nice sentences before we do an exercise. For example, I can say something like, Ella es mi abuela. Ella es mi abuela. What do you think this means? She is my grandmother. She is my grandmother. Okay, you can do a small exercise orally because I feel that oral exercises are also very important. Earlier, I had given you some sentences to write that you could translate. Now I'm doing the same thing, but this time I'm doing it orally. So let's do another translation exercise. Él es mi abuelo. Él es mi abuelo. What do you think this means? This means he is my grandfather. Él means he, es means is, mi means my, and abuelo means grandfather. Another one. Él es mi marido. Él es mi marido. Take your time and try to translate it. Yes, you guessed it right. The correct answer is, he is my husband. The next one. Paula es la mujer de Mario. Paula es la mujer de Mario. What does this mean? Paula is the wife of Mario. Paula is the wife of Mario. That is the correct answer. Did you see the Spanish is so easy? I don't think that you will be having a lot of problems in the translation exercises. Okay, I would like to draw your attention to the word mujer. The word mujer also means woman in Spanish. So it has two meanings. One is wife and the other one is woman. Now take about 2-3 minutes to complete this exercise of match the following. I've already done the first one for you. We will look at the answers. Here are the answers. Abuelo means grandfather. Tía means aunt. Suegro means father-in-law. Prima means cousin sister. Padre means father. Hermano means brother. I hope this exercise was easy for you. Let's just do small translation exercise once again. I will give you a word in English, rather a sentence in English. You'll have to translate it into Spanish. For example, she is my cousin sister. She is my cousin sister. What is the correct answer? Ella es mi prima. Ella es mi prima. Next one. Paula is my aunt. Paula is my aunt. Paula es mi tía. Paula es mi tía. Did you see how easy it is? Why don't you take a piece of paper and write about 10 sentences? 5 sentences in English, and then translate them into Spanish. And then 5 sentences in Spanish, and then translating them into English. You'll see you've learned the language so fast. Now we're going to look at the animal's vocabulary. It's very, very easy. Let's look at the first animal. El perro, it means dog. El gato means cat. El león means lion. El tigre, tiger. El serpiente, snake. La oveja, sheep. El guepardo, leopard. La cebra, zebra. Now notice that CE I'm also pronouncing it as fe. You can also say la cebra. La jirafa, giraffe. El caballo, horse. El oso panda, panda. El oso, bear. El elefante, elephant. El conejo, rabbit. El loro, parrot. Okay, I hope the pronunciation is correct. Here, the most important things you have to look at is the double L in el caballo. You have to pronounce it as caballo or caballo. And in conejo, it's a J, so you have to pronounce it k, conejo. Now we're going to look at the verb tener, the same verb I had told you about in the beginning of this lesson. Please remember that this is the third verb we're doing. The first one being I, the second one being ser, and the third is this one, tener. In order to conjugate this verb, again, we need to write our subject pronouns like we had been doing earlier. Then we conjugate this verb tener, and in the third column, we're going to write the translation of this verb. Now then, tener means to have. Before conjugating it, let's see the subject pronouns. We have yo, I, tú, you informal, él, he, ella, she, usted, you formal, nosotros, we all, vosotros, you all, ellos, they masculine, ellas, they feminine, ustedes, you all formal. The meanings of all these subject pronouns have been taught to you in the earlier lessons. Now, let's look at the conjugation for tener. The first one would be yo tengo, it means I have. The translations are written on the right-hand column, the last one. Tú tienes means you have but informal. Él tiene means he has. Ella tiene, she has. Usted tiene, you have, formal. Nosotros tenemos, we have. Vosotros tenéis, you all have. Ellos tienen, you all have. Ellas tienen, you all have feminine. Ustedes tienen, you all have formal. Okay, now then, I hope you have understood this. The spellings in these conjugations are very, very important. Now we're going to learn how to create sentences with tener. Okay, we will, in order to write the sentences, we will use the vocabulary we have learned so far of animals, family. Okay. Now, first we're going to make a sentence with I. And as you can see, I in Spanish means yo. And the first conjugation of tener with yo is yo tengo. Tengo or yo tengo means I have. We can write a sentence with yo tengo. For example, we can say, yo tengo un hermano. This means I have a brother. Notice we are writing un, which is a, with hermano, because hermano word is ending in an o. If I wanted to say sister, I would say hermana, and then I would have said, yo tengo una hermana, which means I have a sister. Let's see other sentences. Number 1. Yo tengo un perro. I have a dog. I'm writing un perro because perro is ending in an O. Number 2. Tú tienes un perro gordo y bonito. You have a fat and a beautiful dog. Notice that in Spanish we write the adjective after the noun. In this case, the noun is perro, so the adjectives of gordo and bonito come in the last. It's unlike English where we say the adjective first and then the noun. Number 3. Él tiene un gato. He has a cat. Él tiene una hermana. She has a sister. Rather, he has a sister. Number 5. Nosotros tenemos un loro. We have a parrot. Please practice writing sentences with tener on your own also. You can use vocabulary of numbers, family, and animal vocabulary. For example, we can say, Yo tengo dos gatos. I have 2 cats. So I'm using the number and noun over here. You can also say, Yo tengo dos gatos bonitos. I have 2 beautiful cats. Here is a small exercise, easy exercise with the verb tener. You might want to do this. You have to translate the following sentences into Spanish. For example, I have a dog. He is very beautiful and loyal. So, dog is perro, beautiful is bonito, loyal is leal. So you can say, Yo tengo un perro, él es muy bonito y leal. Okay? Now you can do the rest. And then we will go over the answers. So here are the answers of this exercise. Let's look at number 1. The number 1 was, I have a dog, he is very beautiful and loyal. Yo tengo un perro, él es muy bonito y leal. Number 2, you if informal have a fat cat. You informal in Spanish is tú. So we say, tú tienes un gato gordo. Number 3, he has 2 kind parrots. Él tiene 2 loros simpáticos. Number 4, she has 2 sisters and 1 brother. Ella tiene 2 hermanas y un hermano. Number 5, Maria and Antonia have a kind rabbit. Maria y Antonia tienen un conejo simpático. So we say Maria and Antonia, they're Elias, okay? And with Elias, we use the conjugation of tienen with tener. So we say tienen, Maria y Antonia tienen. And conejo is rabbit in Spanish, and since it's a masculine noun, we say simpático. Number 6, we have a big dog. Nosotros tenemos un perro grande. Grande will not change into grando or granda because it's ending in an E. And as you have learned from previous lessons, adjectives that end in E do not change into O or A in Spanish. Number 7, you all have a small cat. Now, you all is informal, so you know that informal you all in Spanish is vosotros. And vosotros, the correct conjugation of tener is tenéis. So we say, vosotros tenéis un gato pequeño. Gato is masculine noun, so pequeño will be pequeño. Number 8, they have an elephant. He is very helpful. Ellos tienen un elefante. Él es muy servicial. Again, servicial is ending in a consonant, so we will not change it into O or A. Because all adjectives that end in consonant will remain as they are, whether the noun is masculine or feminine. Number 9, you all formal have a book. In Spanish, the you all formal is called ustedes. And the correct conjugation of tener in ustedes is tienen. So we say, ustedes tienen un libro. Libro is masculine, so we say un libro. Number 10, you formal have a nephew. Usted tiene un sobrino. Now, you formal in Spanish is usted, so we write tiene. And sobrino is ending in an O, so we write un sobrino. See, this is so simple. I don't think you found any difficulties. If you had, just go back to the lesson and revise again. I'm really sure you'll understand. If you understood it, fantastic.
We will start with another verb called vivir. This verb means to live. Let's now look at this verb in a table. Like other verbs, we will first conjugate this verb and then translate it. Let's look at the subject pronouns once again. We always start the conjugation with writing the subject pronouns first. The first subject pronoun we write is yo. Yo means I. Then we write tú. it means you. Always remember that tu is an informal subject. It's informal you. Then we write el, which means he. Then we write ella, which means she. And then we write usted, which is formal you. Then we write nosotros, which is we. Vosotros, which is you all. Ellos, they masculine. Ellas, they feminine. And ustedes, formal you all. Please remember that vosotros also means informal you all. In the second column, we will write the conjugation of the verb vivir. With yo, we will write vivo. With tú, we write vives. For él, ella, usted, we will write vive. For nosotros, we will write vivimos. For vosotros, we write vivís with an accent on the I. For ellos, ellas, ustedes, we write viven. Now we can conjugate this conjugation in the third column. The translation of yo vivo is I live. Tú vives is you live, informal. Él, ella, usted vive means he lives. She lives. You live, formal. Basically, él vive means he lives. Ella vive means she lives. Usted vive means you live. Then nosotros vivimos translation is we live. Vosotros vivís means you all live, formal. Ellos viven, they live, masculine. Ellas viven, they live, feminine. Ustedes viven, you all live, formal. Now that we know the conjugation of the verb vivir, we are ready to make sentences with vivir. Our first sentence will be made with the subject pronoun yo, and the correct conjugation of vivir we write with yo is vivo. Vivo means I live, and yo also means I. So, the first sentence we will write is yo vivo en una casa grande y bonita. This means I live in a big and a beautiful house. Yo means I, vivo means I live, en means in. Una casa means a house. Grande y bonita means big and beautiful. We are writing grande y bonita in the last of the sentence because, as it was learned earlier, we always write adjectives after the noun in Spanish. And we write una with casa because casa is a feminine noun. It is a feminine noun because it is ending in an A. Our second sentence we will again write with yo vivo. Yo vivo en un barrio. This means I live in a neighborhood. Yo means I, vivo means I live, en means in, un barrio means a neighborhood. Number 3. Nosotros vivimos en un chalet. This means we live in a bungalow. Nosotros means we all. Vivimos means we all live. En means in. Un chalet means a bungalow. We are writing un with chalet because chalet is a masculine noun and un is a masculine article. Next sentence. Ana vive con su familia. Ana is a girl's name. Vive means she lives. Con means with. Su familia means her family. Please notice that we are writing the conjugation of the third person of vivir, which is vive, because Ana is a girl and it is a she. So we will use the ella conjugation of vivir, which is vive. Now you can write your own sentences using this verb vivir and translate them into English. Let's revise the conjugation once again. Always remember that when you are conjugating this verb, you will only write vivo with yo, you will only write vives with tú. You cannot write, for example, yo vive or yo vivimos, or you cannot write, for example, tú vive, tú viven, tú vivis. You will have to say yo vivo or tú vives, and etc. Because these are the rules, these are the proper conjugations. Because if you write something like yo vives, it will be wrong. It will mean you live. Vives means you live. And you live will only come with tú, as it's written in the conjugation. So you have to learn this conjugation properly so that you can write proper sentences. Here is another exercise to do. This is a translation exercise. Here you will be able to revise verb ser, verb tener, and verb vivir. Let's look at the first sentence. Our first sentence is Yo soy de la India. If you remember, yo means I and soy means I am. Of means from or of, and la India means India. All these words were taught earlier. So the translation will be I am from India. Now you have to try to translate the remaining sentences from B to J, and then we will go over all these sentences. Now, letter B. Let's look at the translation. The exercise is Yo tengo una mascota bonita. It means I have a beautiful pet. We all know that yo means I, and tengo means I have. Una mascota means a pet, and bonita means beautiful. So the translation would be I have a beautiful pet. Notice that once again we are writing the word bonita after mascota. We are not saying yo tengo una mascota. We are not saying yo tengo una bonita mascota because, as it was explained earlier also, we cannot write the adjective before the noun. It will always come after the noun. That's why bonita, which is an adjective, is coming after the noun, which is mascota. Letter C. Ana vive con su familia en una casa en un barrio. Now this sentence means Ana lives with her family in a house in a neighborhood. So again, Ana is a girl's name. Vive means she lives. It also means he lives, but we cannot write that he lives here because Ana is a girl's name. So we will say Ana lives, which means she lives. And con means with. Su familia means her family. Also remember that su means his, but in this case we will write her. En una casa means in a house. En un barrio means in a neighborhood. Notice that we are writing un with barrio because barrio is a masculine noun. And it is a masculine noun because it is ending in an O. So we will write un barrio instead of una barrio. Letter D. Maria es de Australia. This means Maria is from Australia. Always remember that de means of or from. Number E. Miguel y Antonia viven en un chalet. Miguel and Antonia live in a chalet. We are writing viven over here because Miguel and Antonia make up the subject of ellos. And as you remember, the ellos conjugation of vivir is viven. Miguel and Antonia make the subject of ellos because they are two people. So we will consider them they instead of we or you all or you or I, because it's talking about two people and two other people. So it will be considered the ellos subject, and the conjugation of vivir for ellos is viven. Letter F. Carmen tiene un bolígrafo. Carmen has a pen. Okay. So basically, tiene is the conjugation of tener, and it is el-elia conjugation of tener. If you remember, we say yo tengo, tú tienes, el-elia tiene. El-elia tiene means he has, she has. So, and Carmen is a girl's name. Un bolígrafo means a pen. Bolígrafo is a masculine noun because it is ending in an O. Hence we say un bolígrafo instead of writing una bolígrafo. Letter G. Laura tiene un gato. Laura has a cat. As you can see, we are using the conjugation of ella over here of tener, which is tiene. So that is the only conjugation we can write with the third person. We cannot write tengo because that is the conjugation of yo. We can't write tienes because that is the conjugation of you. And un gato means a cat. So Laura tiene un gato's translation would be Laura has a cat. Letter H. Vosotros vivís en una casa en una granja. This means you all live in a house in a farm. Vosotros vivís means you all live. En una casa means in a house. En una granja means in a farm. Letter I. Ellos viven en Nueva Delhi. They live in New Delhi. Ellos means they masculine. Viven means they live, and Nueva Delhi means New Delhi. Please also remember that ellos, which is they, is a they of masculine, and it can also be used when boys and girls are together in a group, whereas ellas will only be used when only girls are in a group. So let's recap. Ellos is used when boys are there in a group only, and it can also be used for a group that consists of both boys and girls. And ellas is only used when there is a group of girls. Letter J. Tú eres Antonia. You are Antonia. Eres is the conjugation of verb ser, and it is used with second person. We say yo soy, which means I am, tú eres, which means you are informal, and él, ella, usted, which means he is, she is. Tú eres Antonia, therefore means you are Antonia. You might want to write 10 more sentences using verb ser, tener, and vivir to practice more of these conjugations. We're now going to work on los días de la semana, los meses y la hora. The translation of this is days of the week, months, and time. Here are the days of the week in the Spanish language. Let's practice first the pronunciation. El lunes, Monday. El martes, Tuesday. El miércoles, Wednesday. El jueves, Thursday. Notice that J's pronunciation is H. El viernes, Friday. El sábado, Saturday. El domingo, Sunday. Now here are some keywords. Hoy, today. Ayer, yesterday. Mañana, tomorrow. Hoy es el lunes. Here are some sentences. Hoy es el lunes means today is Monday. As you know, hoy means today, es means is, el lunes means Monday. Notice that in Spanish, all the days of the week start with the lowercase letter, unlike in English where all the days of the week start with a capital letter. And they're also followed with the article el. That's why we say el lunes and not lunes only. We can also say things like hoy es el martes, it means today is Tuesday. Hoy es el miércoles, it means today is Wednesday, etc. Mañana es el martes. Tomorrow it is, or tomorrow is Tuesday. As you know, mañana means tomorrow, es means is, and el martes means Tuesday. So tomorrow it is Tuesday. The third sentence. Ayer era el domingo. Yesterday it was Sunday. Ayer means yesterday, era means it was, and el domingo means Sunday. So ayer era el domingo means yesterday it was Sunday. You can add any days that you want in these sentences. For example, you can say ayer era el sábado or ayer era el viernes, which means yesterday it was Friday. Here are some months of the year. We say, for example, los meses del año. It means months of the year. El mes means the month. Los meses means the months. Año means year. So let's practice the pronunciation. Enero, febrero, marzo or marzo, because Z is pronounced as th or sa. Abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre, noviembre, diciembre. Let's make some sentences with these months, but before making these sentences, we should learn some keywords. Después de means after, and después de means antes de means before. We can say one sentence such as enero es antes de febrero. Enero means January, es means is, antes de means before, and febrero you know means February. So the translation of the sentence is January is before February. We can say marzo es después de febrero. Marzo is March, es is, después de means after, and febrero means February. So the translation of this question is March is after February. You can say another sentence, for example, saying your birthday, you can say something like Mi cumpleaños es en octubre. My birthday is in October. Mi means my, cumpleaños means birthday, es means is, en means in, and octubre means October. Hence the translation is my birthday is in October. We're now going to learn how to tell time in Spanish. In order to tell the time, first it is necessary that we tell some keywords to you. So the first keyword over here is de la mañana, which means in the morning or AM. For example, when we say it is 6 o'clock in the morning, we will use de la mañana. The second word is de la tarde. It means in the afternoon or in the night or PM. For example, we say it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon, or it is 9 o'clock in the night, or it is 9 p.m. Another word is a las, which means at. For example, I have lunch at 2. Okay, then we say es la. It means it is used for it is 1, for example. And then we have son las. It also means it is, and it will be used for example, it is 2 o'clock or it is 3 o'clock. The next one is punto. It means o'clock. For example, we say it is 3 o'clock or it is 9 o'clock, etc. Here is la hora, which means the time. When you have to ask somebody what time is it, we always say ¿Qué hora es? It means what time is it? Now there are many ways to say the time. We look at the blue box given on the right hand corner at the top. If we want to say it is 1, we say es la una. Es la una means it is 1. And as you can see from the diagram, en punto means o'clock. I also explained this earlier. For example, if you want to say it is 1 o'clock, you will say es la una. If you want to say son las dos, it means it is 2 o'clock. Son las tres means it is 3 o'clock. Son las cuatro, it is 4 o'clock, etc. Son las cinco, it is 5. Son las seis, it is 6, and etc. Now, what if we want to say it is 2:05? You can look at the clock and you can see how we say it is, 2:05. We will say son las 2:05. So it means it is 2 and 5. If we want to say it is 2:10, we will say son las 2:10. It actually means it is 2 and 10. If we want to say it is 2:15, we say son las 2:15. It actually means it is 2 and a quarter. We all know that 15 in Spanish means quince, but we do not use quince in time. We instead use cuarto. The second sentence we can say over here is it is 4:20. This will be said as son las 4:20 because son las 4 means it is 4 and y20 means and 20. Son las 7, it is 7. Okay, so we can say son las 7:30. It means it is 7 and 30. Media means half. We cannot say 30 with this because with time we can't use 30. Instead we will say media, which means a half. Son las 7:30. It is 7:30 or it is 7:30. Let's look at the orange box or peach colored box under the clock. You can see, for example, we have written it is 2:20, son las 2:20. We will say it is 2:25. It will be said as son las 2:25. Now what happens when the bigger hand, the minute hand of the clock strikes after 6? In this case, what we do is we add one number after the 2 and minus from 60 the second number. For example, 2:35 will be say, son las 3:25. We do 2 plus 1 in this case, which is 3, and 3 is called tres in Spanish. Then we do 60 minus 35 because in 1 hour there is 60 minutes. So we do 60 minus 35 equals to 25 minutes. So it is actually son las 3. It does not really 3 o'clock. It's not actually 3 o'clock. So that's why we say menos, which means minus. So we're saying it is 3 o'clock minus 25 minutes. It gives us 2:35. We all know that 25 means 25. Let's look at 2:40. Again, we say son las 3:20. Again, this means it is 3 minus 20 minutes. This equals to 2:40. So again, what we're doing over here is we're adding one number to 2. It gives us 3. And then we do 60 minus 40. It gives us 20. So we do son las 3:20. Let's look at 2:45. Again, we will add one number to 2. And then we do 60 minus 45. It brings 15. So it is son las 3:15 means it is 3 o'clock minus a quarter or minus 15 minutes. This gives us 2:45. We're doing again, once again, I'll repeat, we do 60 minus 45. It is 15 or a quarter. If we want to say it is 2:50, again, we will say son las 3:10. It means it is 3 o'clock minus 10 minutes. How did we get that? We do 2 plus 1. We add one number to the left-hand number. So 2 plus 1 is 3. Here we got son las 3. But it is not exactly 3 o'clock. So we say minus 10 minutes. How did we get 10? We do 60 minus 50 equals to 10. Why do we minus it by 60? Because in 1 hour there are 60 minutes. Now we go to 2:55. 2:55 is son las 3:5. Why is that so? Because we add one number to 2. 2 plus 1 is 3. So therefore we write son las 3. Son las 3 means it is 3 o'clock. But it is not 3 o'clock exactly. It is 2:55. That's why we say it is 3 minus 5 minutes. How did we get 5 minutes? We do 60 minus 55 and that is 5. Why did we minus it by 60? That is because in 1 hour there are 60 minutes. Now let's see what the green box is saying. What if a person has a time of 12? What can you say? In that case, you can say it is 12 o'clock. Las 12 en punto. El mediodía means the noon. La medianoche means midnight. And here on the right hand side, otras expresiones means other expressions. Again, de la mañana means in the morning. This is said till the afternoon. So when it's 11:30, you will use de la mañana. So if you want to say it is 11:30 a.m., you will say son las 11:30 de la mañana. Because it is before 12, it is before noon, so we will use de la mañana. What if we're using de la tarde? What do we do then? We say, for example, son las 3 de la tarde. It is 3 p.m. or it is 3 in the afternoon. This tarde, de la tarde word is used from the noon. Desde el mediodía means from the noon. Hasta la noche, till the night. De la noche, in the night or PM. Cuando está oscuro means when it is dark. So we can say, for example, son las 9 de la noche. It is 9 p.m. or it is 9 in the night. It has started to get dark, that's why we'll say de la noche. Here are some sentences with time so that you see how this topic is used in sentences. The first sentence is yo desayuno a las 8 de la mañana. Desayuno is coming from the verb desayunar, which means to have breakfast. It will be conjugated like any AR verb. Yo desayuno a las 8 de la mañana. I have breakfast at 8 a.m. The second sentence, tú cenas a las 8:30. Cenas is coming from the verb cenar, which means to have dinner. It will be conjugated like any AR verb. Tú cenas a las 8:30 means you have dinner at 8:30. Number 3. Nosotros estudiamos a las 5 de la tarde. We study at 5 p.m. Number 4. Ana corre en el parque a las 5:15. Ana runs in the park at 5:15. 5:15 means 5:15, and the word corre is coming from the verb correr, which means to run. It will have the conjugation of any ER verb. The fifth sentence. María y Antonia escuchan la radio a las 7:45. Maria and Antonia listen to the radio at 6:45. Here are some exercises for you to do. Please write the correct time and then we will go over the answers. Here are the answers to these exercises. 2 p.m.'s answer is son las 2 de la tarde. Make sure all your answers should have son las in all of them. PM means de la tarde and 2 o'clock means son las 2. Hence we say son las 2 de la tarde. We are writing de la tarde over here because PM is written in the question. And PM means de la tarde. The second question is 3:15. Son las 3:15. We say son las 3 because we want to say it is 3. And 15 will be a quarter. And a quarter is known as cuarto in Spanish. So we say son las 3:15. Letter C. 4:20. Son las 4:20. It is 4, so we say son las 4. And the second number is 20, so we say y 20. 5:30 will be known as son las 5:30. It is 5:30. It is 5:30, or it is 5:30. But since the word 30 does not exist in time, we instead use media. 6:35. Here we will use the adding and subtraction because this number is greater than 30. As I had said, whenever the longer hand of the clock strikes after 30, we will have to do addition and subtraction. So for 6:35, what we will do is we will add one number after 6. So it becomes 7. Hence we say son las 7, which means it is 7, but it is not exactly 7. So because the time is 6:35, so what we do is we take 60 minus 35. We do 60 minus 35 because in 1 hour there are 60 minutes. So 60 minus 35 would be 25. So we say son las 7 menos 25. This means it is 7 o'clock minus 25 minutes. 7:45. Again we do the same thing. We add one number with 7. It becomes 8. 7 plus 1 is 8. So we say son las 8. But it is not 8 o'clock. So we do 60 minus 45. It is 15 or a quarter. So we say son las 8 menos cuarto, which means it is 8 minus a quarter. Next, son las 8:05. It is 8:05. Son las 8:05. 9 o'clock. Son las 9 en punto. We can also write this as son las 9, but if you really want to be refined and you want to write the complete answer, You can always say it is 9 o'clock. And o'clock in Spanish means en punto. 10:55. Again, you will do the same thing. You will add 1 after 10. So you do 10 plus 1, it becomes 11. So we say, son las 11, it is 11. Then we do 60 minus 55. And it is a 5. So we say, son las 11 menos 5. With 11:05, we will say, son las 11:05 de la mañana. So this is time. Please write some sentences using time on your own. The activity is to write at least 10 sentences and explain when you do these activities using time. For example, you can say things like, yo estudio a las 3 de la tarde. This means I study at 3 in the afternoon. The second sentence you can write, I have dinner at 9, for example. So you can say, yo ceno a las 9 de la tarde. So you have the vocabulary, or you have the verbs, so make 10 sentences using time with the vocabulary you know. We are now going to study about subjects and self-introduction. First, we are going to learn some vocabulary about subjects and practice their pronunciation. School subjects in Spanish is known as las asignaturas. Now let's practice the pronunciation of some subjects. The first one is las ciencias, which means science. La educación física, PE or physical education. The third subject is el español, Spanish. The N has a curly line on top, so we pronounce it as nia. El francés, French. El alemán, German. La geografía, geography. La historia, history. La informática, ICT or computers. El inglés, English. Las matemáticas, math. La música, music. La religión, RE or religion. La tecnología, technology. El dibujo, el arte, art. Notice that J is pronounced as K. La biología, biology. La química, chemistry. QUI is pronounced as ki. La física, physics. El teatro, drama. El recreo, break. La hora de comer, lunch. El horario, timetable. Now that we know the vocabulary of subjects, we can create some sentences. Number 1. Yo estudio el español en mi escuela. I study Spanish in my school. Yo estudio means I study. El español, Spanish. En mi, in my. Escuela, school. So the translation of the whole thing is I study Spanish in my school. Number 2. Me gusta la historia. I like history. Me gusta means I like. History means historia. Since we just have one subject, historia, we say gusta. If it was two subjects like historias with an S, then we would have said gustan. Number 3. Me encanta la biología. I love biology. Me encanta means I love. Again, since biología is just one subject, we say me encanta. Number 4. No me gustan las matemáticas. I do not like maths. Since matemáticas has an S, that's why we say gustan. And mathematics is always considered a plural noun. Number 5. No me gusta la física. I do not like physics. When you want to say I do not like something, you will always say no first. You always write no first. Number 6. Odio las ciencias. I hate science. Odiar means to hate. Number 7. Detesto la química. I hate chemistry. Detestar means to hate. Please write 10 sentences by yourself and say which subjects you like and which subjects you don't like or hate. Use me gusta, me encanta, no me gusta, and odio and detesto in your sentences. Write 5 sentences on subjects you like and which ones you love, and 5 sentences on subjects you don't like and the subjects you hate. Now these are the 2 verbs, odiar and detestar. Both mean to hate. As you can see, both are AR verbs, like they end in AR, hence they will have the conjugation of any other AR verb. You can say, for example, yo odio el inglés. It means I hate English. You can also say, yo detesto el francés, which means I hate French. Here is a small exercise for all of you to do. As you know, we had learned many greetings earlier. We had also learned how to say, what is my name, how old I am, where I am from, what is my parents' name, what is my favorite animal, and when is my birthday. We had learned all this in writing sentences, line by line. Now we are going to use all that information and put it in paragraph form. Let's see how this will work. For example, in the first one it says, me llamo dash, it means my name is. Here you can write your name. The second sentence is, yo tengo dash años. Here you write your age. I am this much years old. Yo vivo en dash con mi familia. This means I live in the dash you write where you live, with my family. You can say the name of the city, you can write casa, which means house, choice is yours. The next sentence is, yo soy de dash. Yo soy de means I am from, and here you write wherever you're from. Yo estudio en dash en dash. This means you have to say I study in, write the name of the school, and the second dash you write in which class you study. You can say la clase 6. 6 is 6. You write 6 if you study in 6th grade. Es una escuela muy grande y bonita. It is a very big and a beautiful school. Mi padre se llama, my father's name is, and you dash, you write your father's name. Y mi madre se llama dash, and my mom's name is, in the dash you write your mom's name. Mi padre es dash. My father is, and you write whichever job your father is in, lawyer, doctor, etc. Mi madre es, you write the profession of your mother here. Mi padre trabaja en una oficina muy grande. My father works in a very big office. Mi número de teléfono es, here you write your telephone number in words. Mi animal favorito es, my favorite animal is, and then you write any name of an animal, for example, perro, which means dog, or gato, which means cat, or any other animal. Then you say a reason why you like that animal. You can say porque es muy, which means because it is very, and then you write 2 adjectives to describe that animal. For example, you can say gordo, which means fat. You can say bonito, which means beautiful, etc. Mi cumpleaños es el, my birthday is, and then in the first dash you write the number, and the second dash you write the month. For example, mi cumpleaños es el 10 de febrero. My birthday is on 10th of February. As you can see, here is the answer of all these exercises that I had given you just now. Please compare your answers. Now, again, we are ready to talk about ourselves. Please look at it very carefully, and then you will be done. As you can see, On the black writing are the Spanish sentences, and on the blue writing I have given you what to write here. So please fill it up and then you will see you have written your self-introduction. You can go back to the previous exercises to help you. Now then, we will now learn how to write some sentences in the Spanish language. In order to write a sentence in Spanish, it's very important that we first learn how to conjugate a verb. In order to do that, you have to learn that there are three kinds of verbs in Spanish. One type of verb is an AR verb, other group is ER verbs, and the other third group is of the IR verbs. In order to conjugate this verb, first we will draw a table of two columns. We will divide the columns into subject pronouns and endings of AR ending verbs. First we will learn the meanings of 6 to 10 subject pronouns. The first subject pronoun is yo, which means I. The second one is tú, which means you. But this you is informal in Spanish. This kind of you will use with your friends or someone who is younger to you. The third subject pronoun is él. The other one is ella, and the other one is usted. Él means he, ella means she, and usted means you formal. We all know that in English we do not have different kinds of you. We will use the same you for both elders and for youngsters. But in Spanish, we do have different kinds of you. One you is informal, and that is of tú, and the other one is the formal one, which is usted. Nosotros means we all, and vosotros means you all informal, and it is used more in Spain. Ellos means they masculine, used for boys only, or where there is a group that consists of both boys and girls. Ellas means they feminine, used only for girls group. And ustedes means you all formal, it's used with Latin America. Now we need to know endings of AR verbs. Whenever we have an AR ending verb, we omit the last two letters and we will add these endings. We will add O for yo after omitting the AR. We will write AS for tú after omitting AR. For él, usted, we'll be writing A after omitting AR. For nosotros, we will write AMOS after omitting the AR. For vosotros, we will write AIS, accent on the A, after omitting the AR. And for ellos, ellas, ustedes, we will write AN after omitting the AR. Now let's see how to conjugate an AR verb. As you can see, we have drawn a table of three columns over here. In the first column, we have written our subject pronouns, which are yo, tú, él, ella, usted, etc. And in the second column, we have written an AR verb, which is hablar, and this verb means to speak. This verb is an AR verb because it is ending in AR. The third column is the translation of the conjugation of the verb hablar. Now, according to the rules, we will omit the AR of hablar and write an O for you. All the endings of the verb hablar have been written in green and they have been underlined also. We will write an O over here because according to the rules for AR verbs, for yo, we write an O after omitting the AR. Yo hablo means I speak. We can make a sentence and say something like yo hablo el español, which means I speak English. The next conjugation will be tú hablas. Why are we writing AS over here? Because according to the rules for AR verbs conjugations, we omit the AR of the verb and write an AS. And AS is the ending for tú for AR verbs. So, tú hablas means you speak informal. We can say something like tú hablas el inglés. It means you speak English. Inglés means English. The next conjugation will be él, ella, usted habla. Él habla means he speaks. Ella habla means she speaks. And usted habla means you speak formal. Él habla would mean he speaks. We can write a sentence of él habla el Hindi or él habla el japonés. Él habla el Hindi means he speaks Hindi. Él habla el japonés means he speaks Japanese. Nosotros hablamos. This means we all speak. We are writing the ending of amos over here because, as we had learned earlier, the ending for AR verbs for nosotros is amos. We omit the AR of a verb and write amos. In this case, for hablar, we have omitted the AR and we have written amos for nosotros. For vosotros, we would write habláis. This means you all speak. Informal. For ellos, ellas, ustedes, the conjugation of hablar would be hablan. How did we get hablan? That is because we had learned earlier that for AR verbs, we will omit the AR in the end of the verb and write AN for ellos, ellas, ustedes. So, ellos hablan means they speak masculine, ellas hablan means they speak feminine, and ustedes hablan means you all speak formal. Please revise this conjugation properly. We will write the same endings for all the other AR ending verbs. Here are some more verbs that end in AR in Spanish. Let's go over them. Trabajar means to work. We are saying trabajar over here because J has the pronunciation of K in Spanish. The next verb is cotillear. This verb is to gossip. Salvar means to save a person. Caminar means to walk. Cantar means to sing. Mandar means to order or to send. Ganar means to win or to earn. Nadar to swim. Charlar to chat. Grabar to record. Andar to walk. Comprar means to buy. Chismear means to gossip. Patinar means to skate. And dibujar means to draw. What you should do right now is, just like we had conjugated the verb hablar, which means to sing earlier, you should conjugate all these AR ending verbs in a notebook. You should also write the translation of all the conjugations. What is a conjugation? A conjugation is when you say, for example, if you have to conjugate the verb hablar like we did earlier, it means to break it into pieces. So we said, yo hablo, which means I speak, tú hablas, which means you speak. The same thing you need to do for these verbs. What do you need to do? Let's look at an example over here. You need to draw a table for all these verbs, and you need to divide this table with 3 columns. The first column will be of subject pronouns, the second column will be of the verb you have to conjugate, and the third column will be of the translation of the conjugation. So we will write down all our subject pronouns in the first column, that is yo, tú, él, ella, usted, etc. And then you will, in the second column, you will conjugate the verb trabajar in this case. So you omit the AR of the verb trabajar and you will write all the endings that we had learned earlier for AR ending verbs. All the endings have been underlined and have been written in green. In this verb, in this conjugation, we have omitted AR and we have written O for yo. Yo trabajo means I work. For tú, we have omitted the AR and written trabajas because the ending for tú was AS. For él, ella, usted, we write trabaja, which means he works, she works, you work. For nosotros, we write trabajamos, which means we work. For vosotros, we will write trabajáis, which means You all work, and for ellos, ellas, ustedes, we write trabajan, which means they work masculine, they work feminine, and you all work formal. Here is a small exercise for all of you to do. It says fill in the blanks with the correct conjugation of the verb. After the conjugation of those verbs that I had given you, this exercise must be quite easy for all of you. Let's look at the first question. The first question is, tú dash hablar muy bien el español. Here, the answer would be hablas. As we had learned earlier, for AR ending verbs, the ending for tú is AS, after omitting the AR. That's why the answer over here is tú hablas. Tú hablas muy bien el español means you speak Spanish very well. Now we will do the remaining exercises. Please write the answers in the blanks and then we will go over all the answers. In question 2, you have to conjugate the AR ending verbs such as amar, which means to love, and enseñar, which means to teach. You should draw a table divided in 3 columns and then write the conjugation. In the first column, please write the subject pronouns. In the second column, write the conjugation of the verb, for example, amar, and then write the translation of the conjugation. Then do the same thing for enseñar. Please do this assignment and then we will go over the answers. The letters written in red are the answers, and let's go over the answers. The second question's answer is trabaja. Ana trabaja en un hospital. We are writing trabaja over here because for Ana, it's the name of a girl and it is a she. It is ella. She means ella in Spanish. So the correct answer will be trabaja because the ella conjugation of trabajar is trabaja. Maria y Antonia cantan is the correct answer. That is because Maria and Antonia are 2 people. 2 people mean it's they. The subject pronoun is they. And they in Spanish is ellas. Both are girls, so the subject pronoun over here is ellas. So we will write cantan over here because the conjugation for ellas for AR verbs is, for the verb cantar would be cantan. Next is ella chismea. Los niños lloran. Llorar means to cry. We are writing lloran over here because los niños means the children and it is they. In this case, it will be masculine they. And masculine they in Spanish is ellos, and the conjugation for ellos for llorar will be lloran. For los estudiantes charlan, we are writing charlan because los estudiantes is ellos. Correct answer will be charlan because the conjugation for ellos will be charlan, for charlar. The next conjugation answer will be nada. La gente nada. La gente in Spanish means the people. La gente is also considered third person and it will be related to the subject pronoun of ella. And nadar's conjugation for ella will be nada. Ustedes mandan is the correct answer. Nosotros compramos. Yo camino. Now let's look at the translation of these sentences. Ana trabaja en un hospital means Ana works in a hospital. Hospital is considered to be a masculine noun in Spanish. María y Antonia cantan en la casa. María and Antonia sing in the house. Ella chismea en la escuela. She gossips in the school. Escuela means school. Los niños lloran en la casa. The children cry in the house. Los estudiantes charlan en la clase. The students chat in the class. Clase is considered to be a feminine noun. La gente nada en la playa. The people swim in the beach. Ustedes mandan una carta. You all send a letter. Nosotros compramos la ropa. We all buy clothes. En la tienda, in the shop. Yo camino En el parque. I walk in the park. Parque is considered to be a masculine noun. You can see that some of these nouns are not ending in O or A, but still we are taking them to be masculine or feminine. That's because we just have to learn. For example, parque is not ending in an O nor an A, but we still consider to be masculine. Why is that so? That is because we just need to learn all this. Let's go over all these verbs. We need to revise their meanings. Hablar means to speak. Trabajar means to work. Cantar means to sing. Chismear means to gossip. Llorar means to cry. Charlar means to chat. Nadar means to swim. Mandar means to send. Comprar to buy. And finally, caminar to walk. You can make sentences on your own with these verbs and translate them into English. This will help you improve your vocabulary and be more creative. Question 2, you have to conjugate the verbs amar and enseñar on a table. Here I have conjugated the verb amar, which means to love, according to the AR rules. You omit the AR and you will write the appropriate endings we had learned earlier for AR verbs. The second verb you need to conjugate is enseñar. You will do the same thing. You will omit the AR of enseñar and write the appropriate endings. The next group of verbs is ER ending verbs. Okay, we will go over the endings for ER verbs. For yo, we will omit the ER of a verb and write O. For tu, we will omit the ER of the verb and we will write ES. For él, él y usted, we will write E. For nosotros, we will write EMOS. For vosotros, we will write EIS, accent on the E. And for ellos, ellas, ustedes, we will write EN. Let's look at the first example of an ER verb. We have beber over here. Beber, as you can see, is ending in ER. This verb means to drink. We are going to draw a table once again in order to conjugate this verb. We will divide it into 3 columns like we had done for hablar. For the first column, we will write our subject pronouns, yo, tú, etc. In the second column, we will write the conjugation of the verb beber. And in the third column, we will write the translation of the conjugation. According to the rule we had learned earlier, for conjugating the verbs that are ending in ER, we will omit the ER and write the following endings. As you can see, all the endings have been underlined and have been written in green. For yo, we will omit the ER of beber and write an O. Yo bebo means I drink. We are writing O over here because we have just learned this rule for ER verbs. Tu bebes means you drink. For él, él y usted, the ending will be E. So we join it with bebe. We omit the ER and write E. El bebe means he drinks, ella bebe means she drinks, and usted bebe means you drink formal. For nosotros, we will attach EMOS. Nosotros bebemos means we drink. For vosotros, we will write bebéis. Vosotros bebéis means you all drink. Ellos, ellas, ustedes means beben. Ellos beben means they drink masculine. Ellas beben means they drink feminine. And ustedes beben means you all drink formal. Here is a list of other ER verbs that you can conjugate. Let's look at their meanings. Leer means to read, responder to respond, comprender to understand, comer to eat, vender to sell, creer to believe, correr to run, aprender to learn, and finally esconder means to hide. We have conjugated the verb comer over here. Again, I've drawn a table and written the conjugation of comer. It is just like the verb beber. It has been conjugated just like the verb beber. We omit the ER and write the endings for ER verbs. The translation, as you can see, is all written in the right-hand side. Yo como means I eat, tú comes means you eat, and etc. You might want to conjugate all these verbs in your notebook and also write sentences with all these verbs, at least one sentence per verb, and then translate all the sentences into English. We will now learn how to conjugate IR verbs. IR verbs is the third group and the last group of the verbs. As you can see, all the endings are written in the second column of the table for IR verbs. For yo, we will write an O after omitting the IR. For tú, we will write an ES after omitting the IR. For él, ella, usted, we will write E. For nosotros, we will write IMOS. For vosotros, we write IS. And for ellos, ellas, ustedes, we will write EN. We are going to use the endings of IR verbs we had learned earlier, and we're going to apply these to the verb escribir, that is ending in IR. Escribir means to write. Its conjugation is the following. Yo escribo means I write. Tú escribes, you write. Él, ella, usted escribe means he writes, she writes, you write. Nosotros escribimos means we write. Vosotros escribís means you all write. Ellos, ellas, ustedes escriben means they write masculine, they write feminine, and you all write formal. Here are some examples of IR verbs. Let's look at their meanings. Recibir means to receive, permitir to permit, abrir to open, cubrir to cover, describir to discover, imprimir to print, prohibir to prohibit, aplaudir to applaud, descubrir to discover, decidir to decide, subir to climb, insistir to insist. For example, you can conjugate the verb recibir. It's been shown in the table below. Again, I have divided the table in 3 columns, one of subject pronouns, other of the conjugation of recibir, and the third column consists of the translation of the conjugation. You will omit the IR of the verb and write down the appropriate endings for IR verbs. For example, here we have omitted the IR for yo and written O. For tú, we have omitted the IR and written ES, and etc. Yo recibo means I receive, tú recibes means you receive. Here are some sentences that we can practice with. Sentences with hablar, which means to speak. In order to make sentences with the verb hablar, we will write any subject pronoun like yo, tú, él, ella, usted. Conjugate the verb appropriately according to that subject, and then write the sentence. The first sentence we have written is Yo hablo el español. This means I speak Spanish. As we all know, we write hablo for hablar for yo. We have written hablo. Number 2. Tú hablas con tu madre. You speak with your mother. As you know, for tú, the conjugation of hablar is hablas. That's why I have written Tú hablas con tu madre. You speak with your mother. The third sentence is Él habla en la clase. This means he speaks in the class. Number 4. Ella habla con su madre. She speaks with her mother. Again, the conjugation of hablar in ella form is habla. Therefore, we have written ella habla, which means she speaks. Number 5. Usted habla en el jardín. You speak in the garden. Again, hablar's conjugation for usted is habla. Number 6. Nosotros hablamos en voz alta. We speak in a loud voice. Voz alta means loud voice. Number 7. Vosotros habláis con amigos. You all speak with friends. Number 8. Ellos hablan en la fiesta. They speak in the party. Again, the conjugation of hablar and ellos is habla. Fiesta means party. Number 9. Ellas hablan con la profesora. They speak with the teacher. Ustedes hablan el español en la clase de español. You all speak in Spanish in the Spanish class. Now what you can do is write similar sentences for these two verbs comer and vivir and translate them into English. Now we are going to learn how to describe a person in Spanish. Here is a big chart which teaches you how to describe someone's hair, how to describe someone's eyes, how to describe someone's height, physique, and whether they have beard, mustache, or they wear glasses, etc. In Spanish, hair is called el pelo. We have different ways of saying what kind of hair someone has. For example, we can say this person has straight hair, curly hair, wavy hair, etc. As you know, el means he, ella means she in Spanish. And tiene means he has or she has. And I just told you that pelo means hair. And as you can see on this table under el pelo, it's written liso, which means straight. So if you want to say he has straight hair, how will we say? We will say él tiene el pelo liso. This actually means, in the literal translation, he has hair straight. But the actual meaning is he has straight hair. Okay. We're writing the word liso after pelo because in Spanish, the adjective always comes after the noun. So in this case, adjective is liso and the noun is el pelo. Okay. If we want to say she has straight hair, it will be ella tiene el pelo liso. She has straight hair. Now, the word curly in Spanish is rizado, which means curly. Again, the Z will be pronounced as th or so. So you can either say rizado or rizado. If I want to say, for example, she has curly hair, I will say ella tiene el pelo rizado. She has curly hair. How about if we want to say she has wavy hair? We will say ella tiene el pelo ondulado. Next question will be ella tiene el pelo largo, which means she has long hair. Ella tiene el pelo corto. She has short hair. Él es calvo. He is bald. As you know, es means he is or she is. So in this case, es calvo means he is bald. If we want to say that he has gray hair or she has gray hair, we will say él tiene canas or ella tiene canas. Now, let's look at the second column. The second column describes someone's eyes. Los ojos means the eyes. Here we use the plural form of ojo because a person has two eyes. If a person just had one eye, we would have said el ojo, which means the eye. Now, there are different ways of explaining someone's eyes. We can explain their eyes with colors. For example, we can say, ella tiene los ojos negros. The literal translation of this is she has the eyes black. But it actually means she has black eyes. The reason we are saying negros and not negro is because a person has two eyes. And as you know, adjectives in Spanish always change according to the noun. Now, if the noun is masculine and plural, hence the adjective will also change into masculine and plural. If the word for eyes was hojas, then we would have said negras, because in this case hojas would be feminine and plural. But since this word is masculine and plural, we will change it into negros. Second word is azules. This means blue. The main word here is azul, but since ojos again it's plural, we will change it into azules. Los ojos. So we want to say he has blue eyes. We will say él tiene los ojos azules. He has blue eyes. The original word was azul. We change it into plural, so it becomes azules. Now, the third one. The third color is verdes. It's actually verde, but it has been changed into verdes. So we will say ella tiene los ojos verdes. It means she has green eyes. Él tiene los ojos marrones. He has brown eyes. The original word was actually marron, which means brown. But since ojos is plural, hence the adjective also changes into plural into marrones. Next, claro. The word claro means blue or clear. We change it into plural, it becomes claros. So we can say ella tiene los ojos claros. She has blue eyes or she has clear eyes. Next one, grande means big, but since it's los ojos, we say grandes. We can say él tiene los ojos grandes. He has big eyes. Next word is pequeño. It means small, but since we are talking about eyes, which is plural in Spanish language as ojos, we will say pequeños. We can say ella tiene los ojos pequeños. She has small eyes. Now we are going to describe a person's height. For example, when we say he is tall, she is tall, or he is short, she is short, or he is of medium height, or she is of medium height, we are explaining somebody's height. This is quite an easy sentence. In order to say he is tall, we will simply say él es alto. We are writing alto because we are talking about a boy. If we are talking about a girl, we will say alta. If we want to say he is short or she is short, we will say él es bajo or ella es baja. If we're talking about a she, we will change the adjective into baja. Both the words bajo and baja mean short. Also remember that J has the pronunciation of her. The third word is de estatura mediana, which means of medium height. So if you want to say he is of medium height, we will say él es de estatura mediana, because él means he, es means is, and then we just add this remaining phrase, which is de estatura mediana, and the whole sentence will mean he is of medium height. Then we can describe a physique of somebody. We are here in the fourth column. We can say, for example, él es musculoso. Musculoso or musculosa means muscular. So if we want to say he is muscular, we say él es musculoso. If we want to say she is muscular, we will say ella es musculosa. We can also say a person is fat or thin. So if we want to say he is fat, we will say él es gordo. Él means he, es means is, and gordo we add él es gordo. If we want to say she is fat, we will say ella es gorda. If we want to say he is thin, again we will say él es gordo, él es delgado. And if we want to say she is thin, we will say ella es delgada. The fifth column consists of whether a person has a beard, a mustache, or a person wears glasses or sunglasses. The verb is llevar, which means to carry or to have. So we generally use the verb llevar if we want to say a person has a beard or a mustache. So if we want to say he has a beard, what will we say in Spanish? We will say él lleva una barba. It means he has a beard. Okay, if we want to say he has a mustache, what will we say? We will say él lleva un bigote. He has a mustache. If we want to say he wears glasses, we will say él lleva gafas. And if we want to say she wears glasses, we will say ella lleva gafas. The word gafas in Spanish means glasses.
The next word, anteojos, means glasses also. Sunglasses means gafas de sol. It actually means glasses of sun, so sunglasses. So if we want to say he wears sunglasses, we will say él lleva gafas de sol. If we want to say she is wearing sunglasses or she wears sunglasses, we will say ella lleva gafas de sol. The verb llevar, as you can see, is an AR verb. It will have the conjugation of all the AR verbs. For example, you omit AR and write the endings of AR verb. So llevar's conjugation will be yo llevo, tú llevas, él, ella, usted lleva, nosotros llevamos, vosotros lleváis, and ellos, ellas, ustedes llevan. Remember that llevar means to carry or to wear, or it also means to have. Here are some sentences to describe a person. If you want to describe a person, for example, your friend, you first obviously start with what is their name and then you describe their hair. Give description of their hair, their eyes, their physical physique, and whether they wear glasses or not. Then you can also describe the personality of a person. For example, we have learned many adjectives earlier like kind, fat, thin, intelligent, studious. So you use all those adjectives and bring them into play over here. You also describe a person's birthday, where are they from, and which school they study in, which class they study in, etc. So let's look at the first sentence. It says, she has wavy and beautiful hair. How do we say that? We say, ella tiene el pelo ondulado, reluciente y bonito. As you can see, all the adjectives I have brought here, ondulado meant wavy. Reluciente is a new adjective. You can remember it means shiny. Bonito means beautiful. So she has wavy, shiny, and beautiful hair. The third sentence is saying, ella tiene los ojos marrones y grandes. Again, this sentence is describing the color of the eyes and obviously the shape of the eyes. It is brown and big. All these words are coming from this video, okay, that we just did right now in the lecture. Again, marrones is not singular because ojos is plural. Same goes for grandes. It is not plural because ojos is plural. Okay, so we say, ella tiene los ojos marrones y grandes. Both the words are plural because ojos is plural. Then we describe someone's physique. We are saying she is tall and thin. Then we say she wears glasses. Ella lleva gafas. Then we are describing her personality with 7 adjectives. We are saying ella es simpática, servicial, leal, juguetón, inteligente, estudiosa, tranquila. Okay. This means she is kind, helpful, loyal, playful, intelligent, studious, and calm. Remember that the words that end in consonant, adjectives that end in consonant will not change into A because it's a rule. But adjectives that are ending in O, they will change into A for feminine. And when you say a birthday or somebody, you will say, el cumpleaños de mi amiga es 20 de enero. My friend's birthday is on 20th of January. If we want to say where a person is from, you will say, ella es de la India, which means she is from India. And if you want to say he is from India, you will say, él es de la India. Remember that S means is and de means of or from. Then you can also say where they live. So you can say, ella vive en Nueva Delhi, which means she lives in New Delhi. Then you can also say in which school somebody studies in. You can say, ella estudia en la escuela Marymount School. Also describe where they study. You can say, ella estudia en la clase 6. She studies in class 6. Then obviously you can write what is their mother's name, what is their father's name, etc. Then you say that she lives in a big and a beautiful house. You tell their phone number, what is their favorite animal. For example, su animal favorito es gato porque es juguetón.
Her favorite animal is cat because it is playful. You can add any animal here, perro, which means dog, or pez, which means fish, and then don't forget to describe it. Now you can write an own paragraph using the vocabulary that has given earlier in this lecture. Okay, you can use more sentences than what I have explained to you. So just go back and revise, and then just bring all the knowledge that you have learned into play over here. Now then, we're going to do colors now. We're going to learn different kinds of vocabulary for colors. Here are different kinds of colors in the Spanish language. Just like other adjectives, all these colors also have endings of O and A. If we're talking about a masculine noun, we will end the color with an O, and if we're talking about a feminine noun, we will end the color with an A. First, let's practice the pronunciation. Negro means black. Negra also means black. Blanco, white. Blanca, white. Amarillo, yellow. Amarilla, yellow. Rojo, red. Roja, red. The J's pronunciation will be h, a soft k. That's why we say rojo and not rojo. Rosado, pink. Rosada, pink. Anaranjado, orange. Anaranjada, orange. In this word, again we have a J, that's why we have pronounced it with the h. Dorado, golden. Dorada, golden. Morado, purple. Morada, purple. Plateado, silver. Plateada, silver. Now we can make sentences with these words. The first sentence says, El sol es amarillo. El sol means sun, and es means is, amarillo means yellow. Most of us would be thinking, why are we ending the word amarillo, which means yellow, with an O? That is because the word el sol is masculine. How do we know is it masculine? The word sol is not ending with an O. Some words in Spanish you just have to memorize by heart, which ones are masculine and which ones are ending. For example, over here, sol is carrying with itself the article el, a masculine article. That's why this word is masculine. Since sol is a masculine word, amarillo will also have to be in masculine. Hence we are ending it with an O. If this word was feminine, for example sola, la sola, then we would have ended this word amarillo with amarilla. It would have not been amarillo that way. We would have said la sola es amarilla. But since this word is masculine, we are ending the word with amarillo. We are ending it with an O. The second word. La flor es roja. The flower is red. Again, flor is a feminine word. We just have to learn that flor is feminine because it does not carry any ending with it. It is not ending in an A. So we just have to learn by heart that flor is a feminine word. Since flor is a feminine word, rojo will also have to end in A. We will not say rojo with flor, we will say roja because flor is a feminine word. If we say la flor es rojo, it will be a grammar mistake for all of us. So we have to say la flor es roja, the flower is red. We can also say some other sentences like we want to say the cat is black. Cat in Spanish is gato, and we all know this is masculine word because it is ending in an O. So we say el gato es negro. Notice that over here we have ended the negro word with an O and not A because it is a masculine noun. Cat is a masculine noun. Hence we say el gato es negro. How about if the cat was a female? We would have said la gata es negra. Because the word over here, gato, is feminine now, la gata, the color will also change into A. So we say la gata es negra. The cat is black. You can make your own sentences right now with animals and colors by yourself. use only these colors. Write them in Spanish and translate all these colors. Here are some more colors over here. These colors do not end in O. Let's practice the pronunciation first. Azul, blue. Gris, gray. Rosa, pink. Naranja, orange. Violeta, violet. Púrpura, purple. Marrón, brown. Verde, green. Unlike the previous colors you have just learned, these colors do not change according to the gender of the noun. They do change, however, according to the number of the noun. Even if the noun is masculine, for example, the color blue, which is azul, will not change into azulo. And if the noun is feminine, the azul word will not change into azula. It will remain the same throughout. Same goes for the word gris. It will not change into griso if the noun is masculine, and it will not change into grisa if the noun is feminine. These colors from azul to verde are very different compared to the colors you just learned earlier, such as negro, which changes into negra, blanco, which changes into blanca, etc. Let's look at some examples. The first example is El cielo es azul. El cielo means the sky, and as you can see, since this word is ending in an O, this word is masculine. However, the color azul has not been changed into O. Why does that happen? There is no explanation to this. You just have to memorize all this. El cielo es azul means the sky is blue. It will not change into masculine. The word azul will not change into masculine. It will remain as it is. Even if the word cielo was feminine, for example, if it was ciela, la ciela, it would have still been la ciela es azul, because the word azul will not change into masculine. It will not change into feminine. It will be as it is. Let's look at the other noun. La hierba es verde. The grass is green. La hierba means grass. Here, the word hierba is a feminine noun, but the color verde has not been changed into feminine. It remains as it is. It will not become verda just because hierba is feminine. Sentence 3. Los lápices son grises. The pencils are gray. If you remember, el lápiz means the pencil. Lápices is the plural of lápiz, where we omit the Z of the lápiz and add CES. This happens for all the nouns that end in Z. In the end, we omit the Z and write CES in order to change it into plural. Now, this sentence shows that the color changes into plural. What do we do in order to change the color into plural? Well, if the color is ending in a consonant, and in this case it is ending in a S, we simply write ES to make it plural. Gris is ending in a consonant S. In order to make it plural, we write ES. Why are we writing the plural grises? That is because lápices is in plural form. So we say los lápices son grises, which means the pencils are gray. The literal translation of this is actually the pencils are grays. But in Spanish, each and every adjective needs to be changed into plural if the noun is also written in plural form. So, a little recapitulation of this is there are some colors in Spanish language which have masculine and feminine endings, such as negro, which changes into negra, rojo, which changes into roja, amarillo, which changes into amarilla, and etc. These colors will change according to the gender of the noun. If the gender of the noun is masculine, the color will be masculine. If the gender of the noun is feminine, the color of the noun will also be feminine. Then, there are also some other colors that do not have any endings of O or A. These are azul, gris, rosa, naranja, etc. These colors will remain as they are. They will not change according to the gender of the noun. However, they will change according to the number of the noun. We can look at the other noun, other color, which is violeta. It means purple. If we say, for example, el gato es violeta, which means the cat is violet, notice that even when the noun gato is masculine, we are not changing violeta into O. We are keeping it ended with A. The cat is violet. El gato es violeta. However, if we wanted to say the cats are violet, then we would have said los gatos son violetas. Please write about 5 to 10 sentences using only these colors from azul to verde and then translate them into English. We will learn a new verb right now. It is called the verb estar, prepositions of location. These prepositions of locations mean on the left, under, on top of, on the right hand side, behind, opposite, etc. So this lecture is mainly about a new verb and how to locate an object. Now we had learned earlier a verb ser, which means to be, and just like ser, the verb estar also means to be. However, the verb ser was used to describe a quality of somebody, a nationality of somebody, professions, nature, origin, or a shape of something, and time. However, the verb estar is not used to describe these things. Verb estar is mainly used to describe a location of an object. For example, when we say the dog is on the table, we are describing the dog's location. We are telling the other person that the dog is sitting on the table. When we say the cat is under the table, again we are describing the cat's location, that it is sitting under the table. When we say the tree is in the park, again we are describing the location of a tree and we are saying that the tree is located in the park. The verb estar does exactly this thing. First, we will learn the conjugation of this verb. Let's see what is the conjugation of estar. The conjugation of estar is the following. Yo estoy, tú estás, él, ella, usted está, nosotros estamos, vosotros estáis, ellos, ellas, ustedes están. For yo, estar is irregular, but for the rest of the conjugation, it is normal. Estar is irregular in yo form because it is ending in a y. And the translation is written right beside the conjugation. For example, yo estoy means I am, tú estás means you are, and etc. Now let's make some sentences with these verbs. The first sentence is yo estoy en la biblioteca. Yo estoy means I am, and en la biblioteca means in the library. So we use estar with this because again I'm trying to locate myself. I cannot say yo soy en la biblioteca and use the verb ser because ser verb is not used with location. It is only used to describe a person. For example, when we say you are Indian, you are from India, or we are all using the ser verb over here. But when we say things like you are in the library, you are in the park, or I am in the market, we are locating ourselves. So in these kinds of sentences, we will use the verb estar. The third sentence says, La India está en Asia. India is in Asia. We use verb ser here because again, we are talking about a location of something. Why are we saying está with La India? Why not we say something like La India estoy, La India estamos? Why do we use only está? That is because La India is one object. It is ella, it is a she. So as you can see, the conjugation with ella is está. That's why we write La India está. What about the first two sentences? Why do we say yo estoy and not yo estás, yo estamos, Why do we say yo estoy? We say yo estoy because estoy word is written with yo. We are not saying yo estás because estás is written with tú. Hence, the only thing we can write over here is yo estoy. How about in tú estás? Why are we writing tú estás and not tú están, tú estáis, tú estoy? Why are we writing tú estás? That is because with tú, the estar's conjugation is estás. And what will be the meaning if we say something like tú estoy? You already know that estoy means I am. So if you say something like tú estoy, it will be a very big mistake and it will mean you I am. Because estoy means I am and tú means you. So if you say, for example, tú estoy en el parque, it means you I am in the park. So it is very wrong. You can say instead you and I are in the park. Okay? Now question 4. Los bolígrafos están en la mesa. The pens are on the table. Why are we saying something like los bolígrafos están? Why not we say something like los bolígrafos estoy? Why are we saying los bolígrafos están? We are saying because los bolígrafos, which means the pen, it is they. And they in Spanish is ellos. Hence we say están. Ellos conjugation for estar is están. That's why we say los bolígrafos están. Now here are the prepositions vocabulary. Okay, now let's practice the pronunciation for all these words. Delante de means in front of. Detrás de, behind. En, in. Dentro de means inside. A la izquierda means on the left. A la derecha means on the right. Enfrente de means opposite. Entre means between. Sobre means on. Encima de means above. Arriba means up. Al lado de means beside. Now using these prepositions, we can make some sentences for ourselves. With these prepositions, since they are prepositions of location, we have to use the verb estar. For example, I can say something like, Yo estoy en la clase. Yo estoy means I am. En from this table you can see means in. And la clase means the class. So when I say yo estoy en la clase, it means I am in the class. From here, let's look at the first sentence. We are saying el perro está debajo de la silla. This means the dog is under the chair. El perro means the dog. Está means is. Debajo de means under. La silla means chair. So the whole translation of this sentence is, the dog is under the chair. And why are we saying el perro está? The reason we are saying está with el perro is because again el perro is a he. It is el, which means he in Spanish, and the conjugation of estar with el is está. The second question, la librería está al lado de la escuela. La librería means the bookshop. Está means is. Al lado de means beside. La escuela means the school. So again, la librería está al lado de la escuela means the bookshop is beside the school. Here are some more prepositions. Debajo de means below or under. Lejos de means far and cerca de means near. Let's look at more sentences. El gato está debajo de la mesa. The cat is under the table. Number 2. El perro está a la izquierda del árbol. The dog is on the left side of the tree. El perro means the dog. Está means is. A la izquierda means on the left. And del árbol means of the tree. Here are some exercise for you to do. You have to translate these sentences into English. Take about 5 minutes to do this exercise and then we will go over the answers. Let's look at the first question. El gato está encima de la mesa. Now, the cat is on the table. If you can remember, el gato means cat, está means is, and encima de means on. And mesa means table. So hence the translation of this is, the cat is on the table. Letter B. El perro gordo y bonito está detrás del árbol. The fat and beautiful dog is behind the tree. Okay, so we all know that el perro means the dog, gordo means fat, y means and, bonito means beautiful, and esta means is, detrás de means behind, árbol means tree. So the whole translation of this question is, the fat and beautiful dog is behind the tree. Letter C. El mercado está delante del banco. The market is in front of the bank. Banco means bank. Question D. El jardín está detrás del garaje. This means the garden is behind the garage. Again, el jardín means the garden, está means is, detrás means behind, de means of, and garaje means garage. Hence, the translation of this sentence would be, the garden is behind the garage. Please make your own sentences, around 10 sentences, using the verb estar and a preposition, in order to revise the verb estar and prepositions. We're now going to study the verb gustar, which means to like. This chart shows how the verb gustar is conjugated. First of all, you need to know that even though gustar is an ea verb, it does not have the same conjugation as any other ea verb like hablar, for example. It has only two conjugations. Those are gusta and the other one is gustan. Let's look at the chart. We can say, for example, me gusta. You can see for singular nouns, it's been written me gusta. This means like, I like. I can only use me gusta when I have to talk about a singular noun. For example, if I want to say, I like chocolate, chocolate is one noun. So I will say, me gusta el chocolate, which means I like chocolate. If you just look at the next one on the right hand side, under plural noun, it says me gustan. This also means I like. Me gustan will be used when we talk about a plural noun. For example, I can say me gustan los chocolates. I like chocolate. Te gusta means you like. With te gusta also I will use with a singular noun. I can say, for example, te gusta el chocolate. You like chocolate. Similarly, when you look at the right hand side, it says te gustan. This can only be used with a plural noun. It means you like also. You can say, for example, te gustan los chocolates. You like chocolates. Again, chocolates is a plural word. That's why I use gustan with it. So basically, the whole idea is that gusta is used with a singular noun and gustan is used with a plural noun. You should also note that gusta is used with a verb. Gusta is used with a singular noun as well as a verb. For example, you can say, me gusta escribir. As you can see, escribir is a verb. So if I say, me gusta escribir, it means I like to write. Because escribir means to write. I cannot say, for example, me gustan escribir. That will be wrong. You can only use gustan with a noun, a plural noun, whereas gusta will only be used with a verb or a singular noun. Let's look at le gusta now. Le gusta has three meanings. He likes, she likes, and you formal like. Again, le gusta has three meanings. He likes, she likes, and you formal like. And le gusta once again will be used with a singular noun or a verb. For example, we can say, le gusta el pájaro. This means he likes a bird. You can also say, for example, le gusta dibujar. This means he likes to draw because dibujar means to draw. The next one. Next to it, it is written le gustan. Again, this means he likes, she likes, and you formal like. But the only difference between le gustan and le gusta is that Le gustan will be used with a plural noun. It will not be used with a singular noun nor a verb. For example, we can say Le gustan los pájaros. This means he likes birds, or she likes birds, or you formal like birds. So as we had said earlier, nos gusta means we like. Now, nos gustan. Nos gustan also means we like. And this is used with a plural word, as we had said earlier also. We can say, for example, nos gustan los caballos. We like horses. If I say something like nos gustan el caballo, it will be wrong. Os gusta means you like. You like, but will only be for plural you like. Because os gusta means all of you like. Os gusta, we can say, for example, os gusta el gato. This means you all like the cat. Os gusta ver el pájaro. You all like to see the bird. Again, I'm using the verb ver. I'm using a verb. Os gustan los serpientes. All of you like the snakes. Again, I'm using the plural noun, snake. The next one is les gusta. This means they masculine like, they feminine like, and you all like. I can say, for example, les gusta nadar. This means they masculine like to swim, they feminine like to swim, and you all like to swim. I can also say, for example, les gusta el chocolate, which again means they masculine like chocolate, they feminine like chocolate, and you all formal like chocolate. Les gustan, again I would say something like les gustan los serpientes. Again I'm saying the plural noun. They masculine like snakes, they feminine like snakes, and you all formal like snakes. Let's look at some examples underneath. I like the apple. You will say me gusta la manzana. Because since manzana is a singular noun, we will use gusta with it. As soon as it becomes plural, like I like apples, I will say me gustan las manzanas. She likes the egg. Le gusta el huevo. Again, huevo is a singular noun, so we use gusta with it. She likes eggs. Le gustan los huevos. Since now huevos has become plural, we use gustan. Now what happens when we negate something? We don't like the onion. It means no nos gusta la cebolla. You will add the no before the reflexive pronoun. All these me, te, le, nos, os, les is the pronoun. No nos gusta la cebolla. The negation, the no word can only come before the pronouns. It cannot come in between anything. We don't like the onions. No nos gustan las cebollas. Since now cebolla word has become plural like cebollas, we will say gustan. Please translate these sentences into English. They're all using the verb gustar with them. Let's look at the first one. Me gustan los perros. This means I like the dogs. Again, perro is being changed into plural of perros. That's why we write gustan with this word. Let's look at the answers now. Letter B. Me gusta el chocolate. I like chocolate. Again, chocolate is singular. That's why we write gusta with it. Letter C. Me gusta leer. I like to read. Leer is a verb, so we use gusta with it. We cannot use gustan. Letter D. Te gusta estudiar en la escuela. You like to study in school. Now again, since estudiar is a verb, we will use es gusta with it. We cannot use gustan. Letter E. A él le gusta comer en un restaurante. He likes to eat in a restaurant. Again, comer is a verb, so we use gusta with it. Letter F. Nos gustan las flores bonitas. We like beautiful flowers. Now, flores means flowers and it is a plural noun, so we use gustan with it. We cannot use gusta. If there was one noun, for example, flor, which is a single flower, then I would have said nos gusta la flor, which means we like the flower. Letter G. Te gusta correr en el parque. You like to run in the park. Now, correr is a verb, so I use gusta with it. Letter H. Me gusta cantar. I like to sing. Cantar is a verb, so I've used gusta with it. Letter I. Me gustan los pájaros. I like birds. Letter J. A ella le gusta trabajar en la cocina. She likes to work in the office. Again, trabajar is a verb, so I only use gusta. So this is it. Please write your own 10 sentences on the verb gustar and then translate those sentences into English. You can write about what you like to eat and what you don't like to eat. We're now going to look at the parts of the body. Mi cuerpo means my body. Here you can see some drawings of the part of the body. Let's practice a pronunciation. La cabeza, head. El cuello, neck. El codo, the elbow. La mano, hand. Los dedos, fingers. One finger would be el dedo. La rodilla, knee. La cara, face. El hombro, shoulder. El brazo, arm. El vientre, belly. La pierna, leg. El pie, foot. Now let's look at the right hand drawing. El pelo, hair. La ceja, eyebrow. La mejilla, cheek. El dedo del medio, middle finger. El índice, index finger. El pulgar, thumb. El anular, annular. El meñique, pinky. La frente, forehead. El ojo, eye. La oreja, ear. La nariz, nose. La boca, mouth. El pulgar, big toe. So as you can see, pulgar has two meanings, thumb also and big toe of the foot also. Now more parts of the body in Spanish. La ceja, eyebrow. El ojo, eye. La oreja, ear. La nariz, nose. La boca, mouth. Los labios, lips. El hombro, shoulder. El cuello, neck. El pecho, chest. La barbilla, chin. La lengua, tongue. El diente, tooth. Lóbulo de oreja, earlobe. Un lunar is a spot or a beauty spot. La frente, forehead. El pelo, hair. Now let's look at the other drawing on the top right hand corner of a hand. La mano, the hand. El dedo corazón is the middle finger. El dedo anular is a ring finger. El dedo meñique is a pinky finger or little finger. Palma de la mano is palm of the hand. El dedo índice, index finger. El nudillo is a knuckle. El dedo pulgar is a thumb. La muñeca, wrist. Now let's look at the vocabulary of the leg. La pierna means the leg. Muslo, thigh. Pantorrilla is a calf. Tobillo, ankle. Tacón, or rather talón, means a heel. Rodilla, knee. Canilla, shin bone. Empeine is a instep. Dedo del pie is a finger of the foot. Now here is an exercise for all of you to do. Translate these sentences into Spanish. We will do the first one together. Letter A. I have 2 eyes. I have means yo tengo, 2 means dos, eyes means ojos. It was just discussed earlier. So the translation of this will be yo tengo dos ojos. Please take about 5-10 minutes. Do this exercise. You can refer to your notes and then we will discuss the answers. Here are the answers. Letter A we had already discussed. Now we will discuss letter B. I have black hair. Again, I have means yo tengo. Black hair means el pelo negro. So we say yo tengo el pelo negro. Letter C. She has a small nose. Ella tiene una nariz pequeña. Nariz means nose and pequeña means small. The reason we are writing feminine pequeña is because nariz is a feminine noun, and that is why we are also writing a feminine article of una. Una nariz pequeña, a small nose. Letter D. He has white teeth. Él tiene los dientes blancos. Blancos means white, and since teeth is masculine plural, los dientes as you can see, we will write blanco also in plural, blancos. And notice that the word blanco is also masculine plural. Letter E. They have small ears. Ellos tienen orejas pequeñas. Now same thing. Orejas is feminine plural word. That's why pequeñas has been changed into pequeñas because it is referring to orejas of feminine and plural noun. The dog has 2 ears. El perro tiene 2 orejas. The number will not change into plural. It's not becoming das. It will be as it is, 2 orejas. Letter G. She has beauty spot on her chin. Ella tiene un lunar en la barbilla. Letter H. Ana has pink cheeks. Ana tiene mejillas rosas. Cheeks means mejillas. Letter I. Maria has red lips. Maria tiene los labios rojos. Again, labios is masculine plural, so that's why we've written rojos. It's an adjective, so we change it into masculine plural to match it with labios. You have a long neck. Tú tienes un cuello largo. She has an eraser in her palm. Ella tiene un borrador en su palma de la mano. Borrador was earlier taught in the classroom object section. Letter I. She has a small face. Él tiene una cara pequeña. Letter M. Carmen has long and black hair. Carmen tiene el pelo largo y negro. Please practice writing around 10 more sentences with parts of the body and verb tener. The next topic we're going to learn is la casa, which means house. Let's look at some Spanish vocabulary words for homes and rooms. Let's practice the pronunciation first. Casa, apartamento, comedor, this is a dining room, dormitorio, bedroom, cuarto de baño, bathroom. We can also call a bathroom with the word baño. Basement, sótano. Living room is living room in Spanish, or we can also call it el salón. Attic is ático. Kitchen is cocina. Let's look at some parts of the house in Spanish. Once again. Bedroom is cuarto de baño. Balcony, el balcón. Bedroom, el dormitorio. ceiling, el techo, chimney, la chimenea, courtyard, el patio, dining room, el comedor, door, la puerta, elevator, ascensor, floor, el suelo, garage, el garaje, garden, el jardín, hallway, pasillo, kitchen, la cocina, larder, la despensa, living room is el salón, roof is el tejado, room is la habitación, sitting room, la sala de estar, stairs, la escalera, study, el despacho, terrace, la terraza, toilet or a restroom is called el aseo or el servicio. The word el servicio is used more in restaurants or other public places. Wall means la pared. Window is la ventana. You must be thinking, what are these M and F in brackets? These are male and female words. So you can see that for chimenea, they have written F. Now this is because chimenea is a female word. For patio, M has been written. This means that patio is a male word. Now let's look at some floors of a building in Spanish. We will be looking at British English first. Basement is called el sótano. Ground floor is planta baja. First floor, el primer piso. Second floor, el segundo piso. Third floor is tercer piso. Fourth floor, cuarto piso. Fifth floor, quinto piso. Sixth floor, sexto piso. Seventh floor, séptimo piso. Eighth floor, octavo piso. Ninth floor, noveno piso. 10th floor, décimo piso. Attic, ático, terrace roof, azotea. We can say, for example, if we want to say I live on the third floor, you will say yo vivo en el tercer piso, because yo vivo means I live, en means in. So we will say yo vivo en el tercer piso, which means I live on the third floor. If we want to say she lives on the 8th floor, we will say ella vive en el octavo piso. Ella vive means she lives, and en means in. Please make similar sentences with these words. How about if we want to say, my house has an attic? How about that? How will we say? So, my house means mi casa. Has will be tiene, and we use tiene because my house is third person. So, we use tiene. My house has an attic. Mi casa tiene un ático. Here are some objects that are included in a room, rather a bedroom. First of all, a bedroom is called dormitorio. So first we have la cama, which means the bed. We have pillows, which means las almohadas. H will be silent. Nightstand or night table would be la mesita de noche. We are writing ITA with this word instead of A because it's a small table. So we write mesita. ITA is usually written to express that something is very small or cute. If it was a masculine word like meso, then we would have written ITO instead. Alarm clock would be el despertador. Bedsheet is la sabana. Mirror is el espejo. espejo, el espejo. Wardrobe would be el armario. Lamp, la lámpara. Books, los libros. The desk is el escritorio. Rug or carpet is la alfombra. And la habitación means the room. Here are some sentences that we can use to describe our house. Number 1, we can say in the first sentence, it is mi casa está en. This means my house is in. Again, we are locating the house, so we will use the verb estar in this case, because as you remember, verb estar is used to locate something, and here we are rightly telling the location of our house. And we use está with casa because casa is a third person, and estar's conjugation in third person is está. Está means is. Yo estoy, I am. Tú estás, you are. Ella está, she is, or it is. Las afueras means the outskirts. El centro de la ciudad means in the center of the city. We can easily say mi casa está en las afueras. My house is in the outskirts. Or we can say mi casa está en el centro de la ciudad. This means my house is in the center of the city. Let's look at question 2. Mi casa es, my house is, and then here are 4 or 5 adjectives that you can describe our house with. Obviously, you can use other adjectives to describe your house, but the most common ones are moderna, which means modern, antigua, which means old, grande, which means big, bonita, which means beautiful, and pequeña, which means small. We can easily write a sentence using these words to describe our house. For example, we can say, mi casa es moderna. My house is modern. Here is a small exercise for all of you to do. These are exercises of translation. Now, let's translate the first question. It says, mi casa tiene un jardín. If you remember, jardín means garden. And mi casa means my house. And tiene means has. Mi casa tiene un jardín means my house has a garden. So you will write this sentence just beside this question. Please do the remaining exercise. I would like to go over some other new words. Granja means farm. It's written in the B sentence, letter B sentence. And you had also learned earlier that piso means floor. I would like to tell you that piso also means apartment, and you may want to write this meaning down. Apart from floor, piso also means an apartment. So when you say something like, yo vivo en un piso, this means I live in an apartment. And another word for floors is plantas. Plantas also means plants, but it also means floors. In letter G, ascensor means elevator. Please do the remaining exercise. Please try to translate all these sentences into English. Here are the translations of this exercise. Letter B. Mi amigo vive en una granja. This means my friend lives in a farm. We are writing vive with mi amigo because again mi amigo is a third person. It means my friend. And since it is ending in an O, that means male friend. Okay, my friend. So this is third person. And since this is a boy, this means it's a he, and he in Spanish is él. Él is the third person in Spanish. So, and the third person conjugation of the verb vivir will be vive. Hence, we have written vive here. Mi amigo vive en una granja means my friend lives in a farm. Letter C. Mi piso tiene una cocina y 3 dormitorios. My apartment has a kitchen and 3 bedrooms. Cocina means a kitchen. Letter D. En mi casa hay un salón y un comedor. In my house there is a living room and a dining room. Letter E. Mi casa está en la segunda planta. My house is on the second floor. Again, we are trying to locate something. We are trying to locate my house over here. So we use está instead of S. Many people would have the tendency to write S instead, but it's not right because S is coming from the verb ser, and ser, as you had learned earlier also, is only used to describe a quality of something. It is used to describe someone's occupation, someone's nature, and etc. For location, we always use the verb estar. Letter G. En mi piso hay un ascensor. In my apartment, there is an elevator. Letter H. Vivo en mi casa con mis padres. I live in my house with my parents. Letter I. Mi piso es de los 5 plantas. My apartment is of 5 floors. En la primera planta vive mi amigo José. José, my friend, lives on the first floor. You can also now write about your house. You can describe your house properly using these questions to help you. Let's answer these questions first, and then you can write a paragraph on the topic my house, where you can describe where your house is located, how many floors there are. You can describe it with adjectives. You can describe how many rooms it has, and etc. Let's look at the first question. The first question is, ¿Dónde está tu casa? This sentence means, where is your house? ¿Dónde means where. You can answer these questions in a variety of ways. If someone asks you, where is your house? You will say, for example, my house is in the outskirts. You've already learned how to say outskirts. It means las afueras. So if you say something like, my house is in the outskirts, you will say mi casa first because mi casa means my house. Is, you will say está. So now you have written mi casa está in the outskirts, en las afueras. Mi casa está en las afueras. How about if your house is in the center of the city? What will you say then? Then you will say, mi casa está en el centro de la ciudad. And we have learned all these words earlier. Question 3. ¿Cuántos dormitorios hay en tu casa? ¿Cuántos means how many? How many bedrooms are there in your house? Dormitorios means bedrooms. And you also know that I means there is or there are. So this question actually means, how many bedrooms are there in your house? You can say, en mi casa, in my house, en mi casa hay 4 dormitorios. In my house there are 4 bedrooms. Question 4. ¿Cuáles habitaciones hay en tu casa? Which rooms are there in your house? Now here you can name everything that is included in your house. You can say something like, for example, my house, or in my house there is a kitchen, bedrooms, you can say living room, dining room, bathroom, and etc. So how will you frame this answer in Spanish? You will say, in my house means in my house, because en means in, mi means my, and casa means house. So in my house, en mi casa, there is means I in Spanish. And then you can write the list of as many rooms as you can. You can say, en mi casa hay una cocina, which means in my house there is a kitchen. Hay un cuarto de baño, un salón, which means living room, un comedor, which means dining room, dormitorios, bedrooms, etc. You can write names of as many rooms as you can. And please remember, nothing has to be true, because in languages we are not grading anyone for truth. You just have to write as much vocabulary as you can and be as creative as you can. Question 5 says, ¿Cómo es tu casa? ¿Cómo means how. How is your house? Here you will describe your house with adjectives you had learned. For example, modern, big, old, etc. So you can say, Mi casa es muy grande y bonita. This means my house is very big and beautiful. Or you can say, Mi casa es moderna, or mi casa es antigua, which means my house is old, or mi casa es pequeña, which means my house is small. Anything you want to say. Question 6. ¿Te gusta tu casa? ¿Por qué? The question is, do you like your house? Why? You can say things like, yes, I like my house. Sí, me gusta mi casa. This means, yes, I like my house. Porque es bonita, because it is beautiful. Here you can write more adjectives than bonito or bonita. We write bonita because casa is a female word. We cannot write bonito. If it was caso, then you would have written bonito. But the word is casa, so you have to write bonita. Please use these questions to write a paragraph about the topic, my house. Use as much vocabulary as you can and be creative. We're now going to study irregular verbs in Spanish. As you know, earlier we had learned different kinds of conjugations of verbs, but we had learned regular verbs earlier. Now we are going to learn irregular verbs. They are also known as stem-changing verbs, and they are also very easy to conjugate. We need to know that there are three kinds of irregular verbs or stem-changing verbs. One is E to IE, the other one is O to UE, and the third group is E to I. Let's see how we conjugate these verbs. We're going to take one verb such as comenzar. As you can see, comenzar means to start, plus it is an AR verb. Now, apart from this, it is also a stem-changing verb. Here's how. Comenzar. How do we know it is an stem-changing verb? Well, we just need to memorize it. This comenzar verb has a stem changing. Its stem changing is that its E changes into IE. When we conjugate this verb, instead of writing E, we will write an IE because this is what the rule suggests. Let's look at this table. We have written the subject pronouns and comenzar, and beside it we have written its stem change. Comenzar is also an AR verb. When we conjugate it, we have all the AR endings. For example, we write O for yo, we write AS for tú, we write A for él, él y usted, we write AMOS for nosotros, we write AIS for vosotros, and we write AN for ellos, ellas, ustedes. How did we get that? We got that from the AR endings we had learned earlier when we were conjugating AR verbs. When we conjugate this verb, instead of writing the E, we write IE instead, because that's what the rule suggests. We write IE everywhere except nosotros and vosotros. Nosotros and vosotros will not have any stem change. Let's look at another verb, empezar. Empezar also means to start. As you can see, this E, the second one, changes into IE. When a verb has two E's, for example, the beginning one and then the middle one will always change into IE. Let's see how the conjugation of this verb will happen. Now, Here you can see the table. Just like comenzar, we will conjugate empezar. Empezar is an AR verb, so it will have all the endings of AR verbs in the end. Another thing we have to remember that its E changes into IE. So we do yo empiezo. Instead of writing the E, we write an IE, and the stem changes have been written all in red. And nosotros vosotros will not have any stem change. This is true for all the stem changing verbs. We can now learn how to make sentences with these new irregular verbs, comenzar and empezar. Please remember that both are E2IE verbs. Let's look at the first sentence. Yo comienzo mi clase de español. I start my Spanish class. Yo comienzo means I start. Mi clase means my class. De español of Spanish. I start my class of Spanish or I start my Spanish class. Number 2. La escuela comienza a las 8 de la mañana. School starts at 8 a.m. Number 3. La profesora empieza la lección. The teacher starts the lesson. And we are using the third person conjugation on number 2 and number 3 of the verbs because la escuela is a feminine noun. So we use the el ella conjugation. And number 3, la profesora is also a third person. It's a she. And ella is she in Spanish, so we use the third person conjugation. Please conjugate these 4 new E2IE verbs in your notebook, and we will go over the answer. For the verb preferir, the second E will change into IE. Please remember that for nosotros vosotros, we have no stem change. You can look at the notes to help you. Here are the answers. Notice that the stem changes have all been written in red. Notice that in nosotros vosotros, there is no stem change. Here are more E2IE verbs. Here are the answers. Notice that the E's have been changed into IE. Let's look at the verb entender. Entender, as you can see, has 3 E's. But as I had told you earlier, when there is more than one E, we always change the second E, the middle one. And remember that nosotros vosotros has no stem change. Let's look at the second group of stem change, which is O to UE. The verb is poder. The O changes into UE. So when we conjugate poder, the conjugation is yo puedo. The O changes into UE, so we write P. Instead of the O, we write UE, then D. Then we omit the ER and write an O, because the ER ending for yo is O. The second one we do puedes. We cut the O and write UE. We cut the ER and write ES, because for tu, the ending is ES, and so forth. Notice that for nosotros and vosotros, we have no stem change. Now, let's look at one sentence. Yo puedo hablar el español. I can speak or I am able to speak Spanish. Notice that we do not conjugate the second verb with poder. Here are some verbs you can conjugate of O to UE. Here are the answers. Let's look at some sentences. Contar means to narrate. Yo cuento una historia. I narrate a story because contar means to narrate. Yo resuelvo sumas de matemáticas. I solve math sums. Sumas de matemáticas means math sums. Yo almuerzo a las 2. I have lunch at 2. Yo muestro mi tarea a la profesora. I show my homework to my teacher. Because mostrar means to show. Let's look at the third and final group of stem changing verbs. This group is known as E to I stem changing verbs. Let's look at an example of this verb. Pedir, it means to order or to request. Its E changes into I. Pedir's conjugation is the following. Yo pido, tú pides, él, ella, usted pide, nosotros pedimos, vosotros pedís, ellos ustedes piden. Basically, what is happening, when we are conjugating the verb pedir, we cut the E and write I instead. Hence, we do P, then we cut the E and write an I. Because as the rule suggests, the E changes into I. Then we copy the spelling again, we write the D. Then we cut the IR, because this is the ending, and then write an O. Because all the IR ending verbs have the ending of O for yo. Then we do tu pides, we cut the IR and write ES. Because for tu we write ES for IR verbs. Notice that for nosotros and vosotros we have no stem change. And we do pedimos, we cut the IR and write imos for nosotros. Because that is the endings for IR verb. For pedis, we cut the IR and write an IS. Because that is the ending for vosotros. Let's look at some sentences. Yo pido un plato indio. I ordered an Indian dish. Un plato indio means an Indian plate or an Indian dish. Please conjugate these E to I verbs neatly in your notebook and then we will go over the answers. Here are the answers. As you can see, here is a list of other irregular verbs. The first verb is dar, which means to give. Let's make a sentence with this. Yo doy un regalo. Yo doy means I give. Un regalo means a gift. Yo doy un regalo means I give a gift. The second verb is ir. It means to go. We can make a sentence like Yo voy a mi escuela. Yo voy means I go. A mi escuela means to my school. Number 3. Salir. To leave or to go out. Salir is always associated with de. You can say Yo salgo, which means I leave or I go out. De mi casa, my house. Yo salgo de mi casa, I leave my house or I go to my house. I go out of my house. Poner means to put. Yo pongo, I put, un plato, a plate. Yo pongo un plato, I put a plate. Number 4, jugar, to play. This verb is U to UE verb stem change. We have very few verbs of this stem change. Jugar is the most popular one. Yo juego, I play. Con un perro, with a dog. Yo juego con un perro. I play with a dog. Venir, to come. Yo vengo, I come. A la fiesta, to the party. Yo vengo a la fiesta. I come to the party. Decir, to tell. This verb is an E to I verb and it also has a GO like venir, vengo. Yo digo, I tell. La verdad, the truth. Yo digo la verdad. I tell the truth. Hacer, to do or to make. You can say yo hago la tarea. Yo hago means I do. La tarea means the homework. Yo hago la tarea, I do the homework. Please make one sentence each with these verbs. And you have learned a lot of Spanish sentences. We are now going to learn the reflexive verbs. Now, reflexive verbs are verbs in which a person does an action upon himself. These verbs are used for telling the daily routine of a person. They usually end in SE. They have other endings of AR, ER, and IR, but after that, they also end in SE. They are used for telling a daily routine of a person. In order to conjugate these verbs, first we need to know what kind of reflexive verbs there are. So let's practice the pronunciation. The very first verb is despertarse. It means to wake up, and it is an E2IE verb. What is E2IE? This will be explained later. The second one is levantarse. It means to get up. The third one, cepillarse los dientes, to brush teeth. And if you have cepillarse only, it means to brush. Peinarse, to comb hair. Afeitarse, to shave. Bañarse, to have a bath. Ducharse, to take a shower. Vestirse, to wear clothes. And as you can see, vestirse is an E2I verb. Ponerse, to put on. Arreglarse, to get ready. Maquillarse, to put makeup. Notice that QUI has been pronounced as ki because we do not pronounce QUI as qui. We pronounce it as ki. And double L is pronounced as lia and ya. If you're in Spain, you will say lia, and if you're in Latin America, in Mexico especially, you will say ya. Maquillarse, to put makeup. Acostarse, to go to bed. And acostarse is an O2UE verb. Dormirse, to fall asleep. And dormirse is an O2UE verb. Now let us learn how these verbs are conjugated. For example, if we have the verb levantarse, how would we conjugate? First, we omit the SE. Now, as you can see, when we cut the SE, it is left with levantar. Now, levantar has come up with the normal AR verb, like hablar, trabajar. It is just like an AR verb. Now, we will conjugate levantar like any other AR verb like levanto, levantas, etc. But first, what we need to do is, we need to break the SE into reflexive pronouns. So first, we write the subject pronouns like yo, tú, él, ella, usted, nosotros, vosotros, and ellos, ellas, ustedes, and then we write the reflexive pronouns. If you remember, when we were conjugating verbs, we were not writing reflexive pronouns earlier. We were only writing the subjects like yo, tú, él, ella, usted. But since these verbs are ending in SE like levantarse, we need to write the reflexive pronouns. The reflexive pronouns are written in red. For example, with yo we write me, with tú we write te, for él, ella, usted we write se, for nosotros we write nos, for vosotros we write os, and for ellos, ellas, ustedes we write se. We cannot change it around and say something like yo te, or tú me, or él, ella, usted, nos. We have to follow the rule. For example, we have to say yo me, tú te, because the chart explains this to us because the order is like that. Now we are ready to conjugate this verb, levantarse. We will write our subject pronouns and we will write our reflexive pronouns. And we will conjugate the verb levantarse like any other AR verb. Okay, so we will omit the SE, and as you can see, the verb levantarse is left with levantar. So with yo me we write yo me levanto, tú te levantas, él, ella, usted se levanta, nosotros nos levantamos, vosotros os levantáis, ellos, ellas, ustedes se levantan. Now, why is this happening? This is happening because levantar is a normal AR verb. It is following the conjugation endings of all other AR verbs like hablar, which means to speak, trabajar, which means to work, etc. See how easy it is to conjugate reflexive verbs. Each reflexive verb will be conjugated with subject and reflexive pronouns, and the verb levantarse will be conjugated like any other AR verb. Now let's conjugate the verb despertarse. It is an E2IE verb. In this despertarse verb, the second E, which is written in blue, will be changed into IE because the rule is saying E-IE. The second E in despertarse will change into IE. This means that when we conjugate this verb, despertarse, instead of writing the E, the second E, we will write IE instead. You can see we have written the IE in the conjugation and it's been written in blue, while the endings of the conjugations are written in green. This IE is called a stem change. When we do not write the letter in between and instead write IE, it is called a stem change. Notice that there is no stem change in nosotros and vosotros. There are only changes in you, tú, él, ella, usted, and ellos, ellas, ustedes. Yo me despierto, tú te despiertas, él, ella, usted se despierta. Nosotros nos despertamos, vosotros os despertáis, ellos, ellas, ustedes se despiertan. Notice that since despertarse is an AR verb, we will write the AR endings. Yo me despierto means I wake up, because despertarse means to wake up. Tú te despiertas means you wake up, and so forth. Now what you do is you fill up these charts. You need to conjugate these reflexive verbs on your own. In some of these reflexive verbs, there are stem changes also. Please have a look at that. This is another chart that you need to fill up. Please take about 5-10 minutes and complete this topic. We will go over the answers. Here are the answers. You might want to compare these. Let's have a look at the verb vestirse. If you remember that vestirse was an E2I verb, it means to dress up or to wear clothes. Since it is an E2I verb, when we conjugate the verb vestirse, instead of writing the E in it, we always write the I instead of nosotros and vosotros. Notice that for ponerse, we haven't written pono, yo me pono. Instead, we have written yo me pongo. This is a rule that you have to remember, that with ponerse, it has only one irregular, like the verb estar does. Even for estar, we say yo estoy, and then it becomes regular. Same goes for poner. We do not write yo me pono just because it has an ER ending and we remove the ER and write an O. We just write go in it, and then it becomes regular. Tú te pones, él, ella, usted se pone, etc. Another thing you need to remember is that since vestirse is ending in SE also, and the rule says that the E changes into I, you will only change the E that comes before SE. You will not change the E of SE. And if there are two E's in between, the second E will change of a verb, like we had done for despertarse. For acostarse and dormirse, these are the following answers. As you know and can see, the O changes into UE. So instead of writing the O in the conjugation, we have written UE. Same goes for dormirse. And remember that there is no stem change for nosotros and vosotros. Yo me acuesto means I go to bed. Yo me duermo, I fall asleep. Tú te acuestas, you go to bed. Tú te duermes, you fall asleep, and etc. Because the meanings were already given in the beginning of these verbs. We can make sentences with these verbs with time also. For example, yo me levanto a las 6 de la mañana. I get up at 6 a.m. because 6 de la mañana means 6 a.m. Number 2. Yo me cepillo mis dientes. I brush my teeth. Yo me baño con un jabón. I have a bath with a soap. Yo me baño means I have a bath. Con un jabón with a soap. Luego me visto en un uniforme. Then I wear my uniform. Number 5. Luego yo desayuno. Yo como una tostada y bebo la leche. Then I have breakfast. I eat a toast and drink milk. Number 6. Yo me peino mi pelo. I comb my hair. Number 7. Yo me arreglo para la escuela a las 7:30. I get ready for school at 7:30. Yo me arreglo means I get ready, coming from the verb arreglarse, which means to get ready. Number 8. Yo voy a la escuela a las 8:10. I go to school at 7:50. Number 9. Yo estudio en la escuela. I study in school. Number 10. Yo regreso a la casa a las 3:30. I return home at 3:30. Number 11. Yo ceno a las 8 de la noche. I have dinner at 8 p.m. Number 12. Yo me acuesto a las 10 de la noche. I go to bed at 10 p.m. What I'm trying to tell you over here is that you use these sentences when you write about yourself and when you are explaining about your daily routine. So here is an exercise for all of you. Write about your own daily routine using reflexive verbs. Use all the reflexive verbs. And when you use these verbs, use time also, because you are telling what activity you do and with which, at which time do you conduct these activities. You can use other verbs also, such as almorzar, to have lunch, and this is an O to UE verb. So you will say yo almuerzo. Please note that with this conjugation, you will not write yo, me, tu, te, because it's not ending in se. The me, te, se you will only write when a verb is not ending in se. And almorzar, when you conjugate it, this also will not have any stem change for nosotros and vosotros. You can use other verbs also, such as merendar, which means to have evening snacks. Merendar is an E2IE verb. Please write a big essay with this topic and use other activities also, such as to speak, which means hablar, trabajar. Use everything you know. We will be learning now how to talk in an airport. Now, this is a conversation which takes place in the immigration area or when you are getting into the airport. Okay, the first thing someone will definitely ask you is for your passport, the first thing when you get in the airport or before getting in the airport. Your passport, please, is su pasaporte, por favor. Pasaporte means passport, and please is por favor. Then you say, here is my passport. This is, aquí está mi pasaporte. Aquí means here, and you're trying to locate the passport, so you will say está. And the reason you're saying está is because pasaporte is third person. It's el conjugation. So the el conjugation of estar is está. Do you have anything to declare? This means in Spanish, ¿tiene algo para declarar? I have nothing to declare. No tengo nada para declarar. Is this your baggage? ¿Es esta su equipaje? Equipaje means baggage. This is my suitcase. Esta es mi valija. Another word for suitcase is la maleta, which means the suitcase. Maleta means suitcase. You might want to write down this word in a notebook. Esta means this in Spanish. It's a female this. We are saying esta because valija is a feminine noun, so esta we will say. How long do you intend to stay here? ¿Cuánto tiempo piensa estar aquí? I'll be here for a few days. Estaré aquí unos días. I'll be here for a month. Estaré aquí un mes. I'll be here for a week. Estaré aquí una semana. Estaré means I'll be. I will be. I'm here in transit. Estoy aquí de tránsito. What is the purpose of your visit? ¿Cuál es el propósito de su visita? Visita means visit. I'm here on a vacation. Estoy aquí de vacaciones. Ir de vacaciones means to go on vacation. I'm here on a business trip. Estoy aquí en viaje de negocios. This is a conversation that will take place when you're trying to board for your flight. The agent will say first to you, "Good morning, where are you traveling?" So this in Spanish is, "Buenos días, señor. ¿Dónde viaja usted, por favor?" As you know, viajar means to travel, so viaja is coming from that verb itself. Viajero means traveler. Viajero is saying, voy a Sevilla. I go to Seville. Agente. Su pasaporte, por favor, your passport, please. Viajero will say, here it is, aquí tiene. Then he will say, thank you. ¿Tiene equipaje para facturar? Do you have baggage to invoice? Basically saying, do you have a suitcase to check in? The traveler then says, yes, only this suitcase. Sí, solo esta maleta. También tengo un bolso de mano. I also have a handbag. No. Agente then says, por favor, ponga la maleta en la báscula. Báscula means scales, the weighing machine. He's saying, put the suitcase in the scales. Viajero then says, of course. Agent says, aquí tiene su tarjeta de embarque. Here is your boarding pass. Su vuelo sale de la puerta 10B y el embarque comienza a las 12:15. Su asiento es el 18º. Su vuelo means your flight, and sale is coming from the verb salir, which means to leave. So this means your flight leaves from gate number 10B, and the boarding starts at 12:15. Embarque means boarding, and because embarque will be the third person, we use a third person conjugation of comenzar, which is comienza. Su asiento means your seat, and 18th in Spanish is 18º. Viajero says gracias, thank you. And here is some vocabulary word that you might want to go over. All these words were used in this conversation. Another conversation is when you're trying to get your luggage or baggage to get checked. What kind of conversation comes into play when this happens is the following. Now, agent is saying, please put your bags in the conveyor belt. Conveyor belt is when you put your baggage for checking by the airport people. So he's saying, please put your bags in the conveyor belt, and small objects in the bin or in the tray. Because the small objects are not usually kept in the conveyor belt, they're kept in a small tray. The traveler then says, I have to remove shoes also. Then the agent says, yes, please. So they remove the shoes. Then the traveler says, why does the alarm beep? Okay, ¿por qué pita la alarma? Pitar means to beep. Because maybe he's taken off his shoes and the alarm starts to beep. Then the agent will say, well, come here. And do you have something metallic? Because whenever you have something metallic, only then it beeps. So do you have something metallic in your pockets? Please take off or remove your belt also. Quitarse means to remove. Viajero then says, es cierto, it is true, I forgot to remove it. The agent says, now yes, please have a good flight. Okay, so then after that the alarm does not beep. Again, here is some words that you might want to learn. All these words were included in this dialogue. Now, this is a conversation between passenger and a flight attendant. What happens when this kind of conversation takes place? You can tell them to bring something for you, for example. The female pasajera is a female passenger. Pasajero is a male passenger. Pasajera is a female passenger. She says, disculpe, which means excuse me, disculpar. It means to excuse. So since they're being polite, they will say disculpe. Okay, the AR changes into E. That's why they're saying disculpe. ¿Podría pedir algo de comer? Could I ask for something to eat? Then the flight attendant says, yes, miss. Here is the menu. Many thanks. Muchas gracias means thank you very much. Voy a tomar, I am going to take the vegetarian menu. Flight attendant says, perfect. Do you want something to drink also? And the female passenger says, yes, give me or put me a beer, please. The flight attendant says, a vegetarian menu and a beer. At once we will bring you. The passenger says, can you please bring me some earphones and a pillow? The flight attendant says, yes, of course, miss. And the female passenger says, thank you. Thank you very much, basically. So again, here are some vocabulary words. These words were included in this dialogue. Please remember them. And you also please make your own conversations for the airport and practice. We're now going to learn how to speak in a restaurant. But first, in order to converse in a restaurant, obviously it is necessary that we learn all the food vocabulary. First, we will learn how to say some snacks. Let's practice the pronunciation. Hot dog is called el perrito caliente. Pizza is pizza. Fries, las patatas fritas. Tortilla is omelette. Helado is ice cream. El panqueque is pancake. El croissant is croissant. El yogur is yogurt. Mousse de chocolate, chocolate mousse. Sopa is soup. Obviously, we also have drinks to go in the restaurant, so the drinks vocabulary is the following. La bebida is a normal drink. Beber is the verb to drink. El café is coffee. El té is tea. La cafetera is coffee maker. Con leche is with milk. El chocolate caliente is hot chocolate. El zumo de naranja is orange juice. El zumo de manzana is apple juice. And we can also say el zumo de manzana. We can pronounce the Z as th or th. Tomato juice, el zumo de tomate. Pineapple juice, el zumo de piña. Notice that I'm saying zumo all the time, but you can also say sumo because Z has the pronunciation of th also. Please remember Z has the pronunciation of th and th both. In Spain, we pronounce Z as th, and in Latin America, we pronounce the Z as th. Lemonade is la limonada. White wine, el vino blanco. Red wine, el vino tinto. Dry wine, el vino seco. Sweet wine, el vino dulce. Water, el agua. Please remember that agua is a masculine noun and not a feminine noun even though it is ending in an A. That's why we say el agua. Here we are taking the masculine article el. Beer, la cerveza. Actually, over here, CE is pronounced as se also and se also. In Spanish, the CE pronunciation is not que, but se or se. So we can say cerveza or cerveza because both CE and Z have the pronunciation of th. Now we should also know some vocabulary of condiments. Salt is la sal. Pepper is la pimienta. Vinegar is vinagre, el vinagre. Mustard is la mostaza. Sauce, la salsa. Meat. Vocabulary. Obviously you get meat in restaurants. Let's practice the vocabulary for that. Beef steak is el bistec. Very rare steak. Bistec muy poco hecho. Rare steak. Bistec poco hecho. Medium steak. Bistec mediano hecho. Well done steak. Bistec muy hecho. Chicken. El pollo. Pork chop. Chuleta de cerdo. Lamb chop. Chuleta de cordero. Chuleta over here means chop and cerdo means pork. Cordero means lamb. Veal is ternera. Rabbit is el conejo. Now we are going to do vocabulary for seafood. Fish, el pez. Seafood, los mariscos. Crab, el cangrejo. Prawns, gambas. Shrimps, camarones. Oysters, la ostra. Lobster, las langostas. Mussels, los mejillones. Trout, la trucha. Salmon, el salmón. As you can see, we've already learned a lot of vocabulary for food. Therefore, you can make many sentences and you can also learn how to talk in a restaurant using all the vocabulary for food that you have learned. Obviously, it's very important that you learn how to converse in a restaurant when you go to Spain. Let's see how they converse in Spanish. This is a conversation between a person called Antonio and a waiter. Okay, so Antonio first goes in a restaurant and he says to the waiter, Buenos días, ¿tiene una mesa para 5? So he's saying, good morning, do you have a table for 5 people? Then the camarero, which means waiter, he says, I'm sorry, it's full, or we're full. ¿Pueden volver dentro de una hora? This means, can you please return within an hour? Another conversation between Camarero and Javier is the following. Camarero says, ¿Qué van a tomar? What are you going to take or have? Because tomar means to take or to have. Javier then says, de primero, sopa de pescado y una ensalada mixta. Y de segundo, un filete de vaca con patatas fritas y pollo asado. This means, first, a fish soup and a mixed salad. And for the main course, a beef steak with French fries or chips and a roast chicken. De primero means as a starter. It's a starter that the Spanish people eat in the beginning. Segundo plato in Spain is the main course. So they have two kinds of courses. Primero plato is a starter. Segundo plato is the main dish. Camarero then says, y de beber, and for drinking. Javier says, una botella de vino tinto de la casa y agua mineral con gas. Javier is saying, a bottle of red wine of house and mineral water with gas. Basically, this means sparkling mineral water. Sparkling mineral water is drunk a lot in Europe after eating. The waiter then says, anything else, algo más? Javier says, no, eso es todo, gracias. ¿Me puede decir dónde están los servicios? This means, no, this is it, thank you. Can you please tell me where is the restroom? Servicios means restroom. Another word for restroom or bathroom in Spanish is el cuarto de baño or baño. We use these words in houses, but servicios is used more in public places such as restaurants. Camarero says al fondo, a la derecha. This means at the right. At the end, on the right. Al fondo means at the end. A la derecha means on the right. As you can see, the main conversation is written in black and the translation of these dialogues is written in red. But we have already translated all these dialogues for you, so you can read the translation in your own time later. This is another conversation between Teresa and the waitress. Teresa says, Buenas tardes. Tenemos una mesa reservada a nombre de Teresa Garcia. She's saying, Good afternoon. We have a reserved table under the name of Teresa Garcia. Waitress says, Por aquí, this way, please. Aquí tienen la carta. Here you have the menu. Unos minutos más tarde. Much more minutes after. ¿Qué van a cenar? What are you going to have for dinner? Teresa says, ¿Qué nos recomienda? What do you recommend us? Recomienda is coming from the verb recomendar. It is an E2IE verb. Waitress says, Sopa de mariscos, soup of seafood. Las sardinas asadas, roast sardines, y el atún, and the tuna. Y si quieren carne, les recomiendo el pavo asado y el pato. And if you want meat, I recommend to all of you the roast turkey and the duck. Pavo means turkey and pato means duck. Teresa says, ¿Tienen algún plato vegetariano? Do you have a vegetarian dish? Camarera says, Sí, tenemos tortillas y espaguetis. Yes, we have omelette and spaghettis. Teresa says, Pues vamos a tomar mariscos con mayonesa y salmón con patatas y ensalada y una tortilla francesa con arroz. This means, well, we are going to have seafood with mayonnaise and salmon with potatoes and salad and a French omelette with rice. ¿Y qué van a beber? And what are you going to drink? Teresa says, ¿Nos puede traer la carta de vinos? Can you please fetch us a menu of wine? Camarera says, why not? Y les voy a traer también la sal y la pimienta. And I'm going to bring for all of you the salt and the pepper. Teresa says much later, la cuenta por favor, the bill please. As you can see over here, the kind of food that the Spanish people eat. They have a lot of meat in their diet. They follow eating lots of fish food and different kinds of meat such as salmon, steak, etc. They're also famous for eating lots of potato and omelette. And they also like to have pepper, which is called pimienta, in their diet. And rice is also very famous in their diet. This is the last conversation we have for you, okay? And the translation is written over here. This is written in red. Please go over the translation and please learn the food vocabulary. And also you can do your own research on what kind of people in Spain like to eat what kind of food. And also try to make your own dialogues. We're now going to learn how to talk in a clothing shop in Spain. Obviously, first we need to know some clothing vocabulary in order to talk in a shop of clothes. So let's practice the pronunciation. Now, the first word is el cinturón, which means belt. La blusa, blouse. Las botas, boots. El botón, button. El gorro, cap. La ropa, clothes. El abrigo, coat. La pana, corduroy. El algodón, cotton. La franela, flannel. Los guantes, gloves. La bata, gown. El sombrero, hat. La chaqueta, jacket. El cuero, leather. La corbata, necktie. El camisón, nightdress. El pijama, pajamas. El bolsillo, pocket. El impermeable, raincoat. La bufanda, scarf. El panuelo, shawl. La camisa, shirt. Los zapatos, shoes. El pantalón corto, shorts. La seda, silk. La falda, skirt. La manga, sleeve. Las zapatillas, slippers. Los calcetines, socks. Or you can also pronounce this word as calcetines because CE in Spanish has the C sound. And C also. So you can pronounce this word as calcetines also or calcetines also. This is a shop of clothes. You will read a nice dialogue between Nelly and Jorge, which is George in English. Notice that we are saying Jorge because in Spanish J is also pronounced as K and GE is also pronounced as K. Now let's see what the conversation is about. Nelly says, Jorge, ¿te gusta mi vestido nuevo? Jorge says, sí, te ves muy elegante. El vestido es muy bonito. Te queda bien. This means yes, you look very elegant. The dress is very beautiful. It fits you well. Te queda bien means it fits you well. Nelly says, gracias. Me gusta el color de ese vestido. I like the color of this dress. Compré unos aretes y unos zapatos de tacón para usarlo. This means I bought some earrings and some high heel shoes to use it. Zapatos de tacón or zapatos de tacón means high-heeled shoes. And another word for earrings is pendientes. Compré means I bought, comes from the verb comprar, which means to buy. Jorge says, esos zapatos son bastante altos. ¿Te sientes cómoda? These shoes are quite high. Do you feel comfortable? Nelly says, claro, es muy fácil caminar con ellos. She says, of course, it is very easy to walk in them. Jorge says, mi novia prefiere los zapatos bajos. This means my girlfriend prefers small shoes or flat shoes, shoes that do not have heels. Creo que a ella no le gustan los zapatos de tacón, pero te quedan muy bien. This means I believe that she does not like high-heeled shoes, but on you they fit very well. This is the translation written in red. Now, let's look at the other conversation between George and the seller. George says, Hola, ¿tiene ropa para niños? This means, hi, do you have clothes for children? Seller says, Sí, tenemos pantalones, camisetas, shorts, ropa interior, calcetines. ¿Qué busca usted? This means, yes, we have pants, t-shirts, shorts, interior clothes, and socks. What are you searching for? Please notice that in Spanish, shorts is also pantalón corto. You can also say shorts. And buscar means to search. Jorge says, Bueno, quiero comprar un pantalón azul y una camiseta blanca. También quiero una gorra y una chaqueta de color negro. This means, well, I want to buy blue shorts and a white t-shirt. I also want a cap and a jacket of black color. Please notice that gorro is also known as cap in Spanish. The seller says, ¿Qué talla? This means what size. George says, Creo que talla pequeña. I believe the small size. Es para un niño de 8 años. It's for a child of 8 years of age. The seller says, Entiendo. Veamos. Estos le quedarán bien entonces. This means, I understand. Let's see. These will fit him well. Entonces means then or so. Now, then Jorge says, sí, creo que sí. No me gusta mucho la gorra. ¿Tienen otros estilos? Yes, I believe yes. I don't like the cap much. Do you have in other styles? The vendedora says, yes, they're here. George says, excellent. Entonces me llevo todo esto. ¿Cuánto es en total? He says, so I'm going to take all this. How much is the total? Seller says, son 39 euros, señor. It is 39 euros, sir. Jorge says, very well, thank you. And underneath there is a translation of this dialogue. So I suggest to you that you learn all the clothing vocabulary and then you write your own dialogue between a seller and a customer. And then you will learn even more, and don't forget to act out the dialogue. We're now going to learn how to converse in a Spanish fruit and a vegetable shop. But before that, obviously, we need to learn some vocabulary for fruits and vegetables. You will find all of this very interesting. Let's see how to say fruit in Spanish first. La fruta. El plátano is banana. El limón. La manzana is apple. You can also call this manzana because Z's pronunciation is S also and Th also. El tomate. El pepino is cucumber. La frambuesa is raspberry. La aceituna is olive. El rábano is radish. La lechuga, lettuce. El arándano, blueberries. La lima, lime. La uva, grape. La ciruela, plum. La zarzamora, blackberry. La fresa, strawberry. El mango, mango. La naranja, orange. La pera, pear. El melón, melon. El melocotón, peach. La sandía, watermelon. La piña, pineapple. El kiwi, kiwi. El apio, celery. El pomelo, grapefruit. La papaya, papaya. La maracuyá, passion fruit. La guayaba, guava. El albaricoque, apricot. Now that we have learned some fruit and vegetables vocabulary, let's see how people talk about food and how do they say what is their favorite fruit and vegetables. Okay, this is a conversation between Carla and Victor. Let's see what they are saying. Carla says, ¿Qué frutas tan deliciosas? ¿Quieres una? So she's saying to Victor, what delicious fruits, do you want one? Victor says, Sí, regálame. This means, yes, gift me. Regalar means to gift. En realidad están deliciosas. This means they're actually very delicious. Me gustan mucho las naranjas y las sandías. ¿Cuáles son tus favoritas frutas? This means I like oranges and watermelons very much. What are your favorite fruits? Carla says, Me gustan las piñas, las papayas, las manzanas, las uvas. Creo que me gustan todas. This means I like pineapples, papayas, apples, and grapes. I believe that I like all of them. Carla says this. Then Victor says, Así, veo. This means so I see. Now let's look at another conversation. Carla says, ¿Te gusta comer vegetales? Do you like to eat vegetables? Victor says, Sí, claro. Mis vegetales favoritos son el brócoli, la cebolla, el chile y la papa. ¿A ti te gustan? This means, yes, of course. My favorite vegetables are broccoli, onion, chili, and potato. Do you like them? Carla says, Sí, pero mis favoritos son otros. A mí me gustan el repollo, la zanahoria, la lechuga, la remolacha, y el tomate. This means, yes, but my favorite are other vegetables. I like cabbage, carrot, lettuce, beetroot, and tomato. Victor then says, Sabes, no me gusta el ajo. This means, you know, I don't like garlic. Carla says, well, I don't like cabbage, or rather pumpkin. Calabaza means pumpkin. Here once again you can see all this that is written in red is the translation of this dialogue that we just did. You can read this in your meantime. Now, let's see this. This is a conversation between Carla and the seller. Vendedor is a male seller, vendedora is a female seller. Carla says, Buenos días. ¿Tiene mangos? Vendedor says, Sí, ¿cuántos quiere? So basically Carla is asking for some mangoes. And the seller says, Yes, how many do you want? Carla says, Quiero 6 por favor. I want 6, please. ¿Cuánto valen? How much do they cost? Valer means to cost or to value. It just has 2 conjugations. Vale, valen. Since they're saying about mangoes, they will say cuánto valen. If they were talking about 1 mango, then they would have said cuánto vale. Vendedor then says, es $1 por los 6 mangos. It is $1 for 6 mangoes. Carla says, de acuerdo, sure. Aquí tiene, gracias. Here you have, thank you. This is another conversation between Carla and the seller. Carla says, hola, ¿me puede vender un melón, una piña, 6 naranjas y una bolsa pequeña de fresa? So she's saying, can you please sell a melon, a pineapple, 6 oranges, and a small bag of strawberries? Seller says, it's okay. Here you go. It's $3 in total. También tenemos vegetales. We also have vegetables. Carla says, bueno, entonces véndame un repollo, 1 kilo de cebollas, 2 kilos de tomates, y media docena de pepinos. This means, well, then sell me a cabbage, 1 kilo of onions, 2 kilos of tomatoes, and half a dozen of cucumbers. The seller says, gladly. Como mucho gusto means gladly. Carla says, ¿cuánto es en total? How much is the total? The seller says, son $3 de las frutas, más 3 de los vegetales. En total son $6. This means it's $3 for fruits plus $3 for vegetables, so the total is $6. Carla says, muy bien, gracias. Very well, thank you. We're now going to learn how to talk in a hospital. Obviously, first you need to learn some vocabulary related to medicine and some expressions related to medicine. The first expression over here is, I feel unwell. In Spanish, you say this as, no me siento bien. The verb sentir is to feel. The second expression is, I feel ill. This means, me siento mal. The third one is, I have a headache. This means, me duele la cabeza. Here, the verb doler is to hurt. It is an O-to-UE verb. I have a stomach ache. Me duele el estómago. Can you give me something for the pain? ¿Puede usted darme algo para el dolor? Dar means to give, and the conjugation is written there also. I have a temperature. Tengo fiebre. I feel dizzy. Me siento mareado. That's what a boy would say. Me siento mareada is something that a girl would say. Because mareado is used for a boy and mareada is used for a girl. I have been sick. Yo vomité. It means I vomited. I've been stung by a bee or a wasp. Una abeja me picó. That means a bee stung me. Una avispa me picó. A wasp stung me. She's allergic to. Tiene alergia a. Alergia means allergy. So this means she has allergy to or he has allergy to. His thumb is swollen. Tiene el pulgar hinchado. Pulgar means thumb. Hinchado means swollen. I have a toothache. Tengo dolor de muelas. It is not serious. No es de gravedad. Here are some more medical related expressions. It has been divided in 2 parts, what the doctor says and at the chemist. This is the first expression that a doctor says. What's the matter? ¿Qué hay? Here is a prescription for some tablets. Hay aquí una prescripción para algunas tabletas. Take one 3 times a day after each meal. Toma una 3 veces al día después de las comidas. 3 veces means 3 times. Is this the first time this has happened? ¿Es la primera vez que pasó? Pasar means to happen. I advise you to go to the hospital. Recomiendo que vaya al hospital. The chemists open at 8 a.m. La farmacia abre a las 8 de la mañana. Farmacia means pharmacy, and abrir means to open. This is what you will hear at the chemist. A patient would say, I would like some plasters, please. Quiero algunos emplastos, por favor. Do you have anything for a cold? ¿Tienes algo para un resfriado? I need some tissues. Necesito algunos pañuelos de papel. Pañuelos de papel means tissues. Can you recommend an insect repellent? ¿Puede usted recomendarme un repelente de insectos? My friend has a sunburn. Mi amigo sufre quemaduras del sol. This means my friend suffers from sunburn. Quemaduras del sol means sunburn. This is a medical dialogue between a receptionist, patient, and a doctor. First, the receptionist says, Hello, good morning. The patient says, ¿Dónde está la consulta del Dr. Martínez? This means, where is the clinic of Dr. Martínez? The receptionist says, En la primera planta a la derecha, on the first floor to the right. Patient says, Thank you. The patient goes to the doctor's office and finds a queue there. Then she says, ¿Quién es la última persona en la fila? This means, where is the last person in the queue? The patient too says, It's me, I. Doctor says, ¿Qué la pasa? What is the matter with you? Then the patient says, Me duele la garganta. My throat hurts. So basically, whenever you want to say that something in your body is hurting, you just say me duele and then just add the body part. For example, me duele el estómago. My stomach hurts. Me duele el ojo. My eye hurts. But if it's more than one part, then you have to say duelen. For example, your 2 eyes hurt, you will say me duelen los ojos. If your teeth hurt, like muelas is teeth, you will say me duelen los muelas. The doctor says, Tiene una infección de garganta. You have a throat infection. Debe tomar estas pastillas. You must take these tablets. Patient says, Vale, doctor. Doctor says, Anything else, algo más? The patient says, Yes. También me duele la cabeza. My head also hurts. Doctor says, Tiene que tomar aspirinas y beber mucho agua. You have to take aspirins and drink a lot of water. Paciente says, Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Doctor says, Very good. Bye. Please learn some vocabulary of medicine and write your own dialogue also.